Am I coming out? Am I on the air? Do I have sound? Is everything working? Because I'm still fighting the bloody tech that refuses to work when it needs to. We might have some technical issues now and then in this new episode of Six Oscillators, where guitars and synthesizers collide. But I'm sure we will iron them out and come victorious the other end. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Welcome and to this new episode from wherever you are and whatever hour you're watching this. Thank you to be back. Thank you to come back for a little more of this weird universe about synth guitars and synthesizers and electronics and weird things that other people think they should not be together, although I disagree. Hence, me being here. Oh, welcome, Mr. Brown. Thank you very much. We got one people agreeing that quality is acceptable. Don't keep your hopes too high, because it might go, it might get really bad, nasty any minute now. In a couple of minutes, I'll be joined by my beloved friend and co-host, Mr. Synthetic. But let me just preface that today is gonna be a light shade of show, because well, first of all, I'm gonna run out of gear to show, so I would like to stretch it a little bit. And while we're waiting as a channel, not so much me, but as the channel and as the concert, as the home of the synth tourists out there in the wild, we're waiting for your questions or suggestions for themes that you would like us to treat, to talk about, or to just research or learn. Because, as I keep saying, one of the main goals for me to having this channel and doing these live streams is not only share what I've learned so far about the subject of guitars and synthesizers, guitars, and everything in between, but also to learn what I don't know, which is a lot. is a lot compared to what it's there to be known. I don't consider myself to be even halfway down the path, but since my experience talking about these subjects, my knowledge seems to be somewhat one notch above what the rest of the people I have contact with very honorable exclusions, like our previous guest at the beginning of this enterprise, Mr. Conrad. That's why I think that other people might be interested on what I know, or my friend Mr. Synthetic knows, or what we can find about, because we both have contacts, let's call it. We know people. We know people who know things. So if we are not able to answer right away, I make it my goal in life to find the answer for you and come back to you. And with that thought in mind, I like to have a little comment about a question that, because I was a little overwhelmed by the tech on last month's episode, I kind of missed. One of you wonderful people watching in YouTube land asked, when I was talking about the rhythm size of the GR55. I believe the question was on the lines of, oh, can you play rhythms? I did a little answering, but afterwards, after the fact, I realized that there is a way to do rhythms and to play rhythms quite effectively, but it didn't hit me right on the spot right on the middle of the live stream. So GR55 comes with two types of percussion elements, a couple of drum kits, as in synthesizer terms. If you have ever had a multi-timbral rompler of any sort with a standard, or let's call it bread and butter, or replicant sounds, as in your typical orchestrals, rock bands, as in strings, bass, pianos, organs, something that any sound that tries to simulate or replicate another acoustic instrument, or sometimes electric instrument, but not actual synthesizers. Sorry. You always find a point in the synthesizer, or you used to find one that it would be dedicated to, obviously, drumming, for percussion, for rhythm. And one of the way a synthesizer can do that is by, instead of mapping one sample or one sound to a specific key and stretching or modifying the pitch / the timbre of that sample through the whole keyboard range, from the lowest key to the highest key. When it comes to the times to drums and percussion, they usually do something different, which is called what is called a drum map, because it has very little use to have a snare drum in 88 pitches. Not that it would sound anything like a snare beyond a certain point, going up or going down. It would sound like a very weird kick drum, or very weird high tom, or a very weird low tom. It's more useful to make the keyboard play a different sample on each different key. Hence the fact that you map one sample per key number on the MIDI code. Yeah, it's obvious, but let me just refresh, because most of the modern day synthesizers are working under this under the MIDI standards and the MIDI language and the MIDI format. In the MIDI format, each one of the keys, white keys or black keys, have assigned a number, so the system can tell the difference between this note and this note. The two white keys, you might even be pressing the same note, just different octaves apart. So how can a computer system can tell the difference? Because in their core code, each key has a different number assigned. So when you press a key, what the MIDI system reads is not, in this case, C2. It reads, I can't remember exactly, but let's say it reads 26. And if you go to C3, it would read plus 12, bad in math, 50 something. Because of that numeric codification of each triggering key, you are able to, by software and synthesizer design, tell that when you press a different number, you will go and play a different sample. Snare drum, kick drum, toms, cymbals, crash, castanets, guiro, quijada. Possibilities are endless, even more since the advent of sampling. So, GR55 also have drum maps. It has, I think it's something like 6 or 8 different drum kits. mapped, in this case not to the keys in the guitar, but to the combination of string and fret. How can he do it? Because we know we're working on a divided hexaphonic pickup. That will tell the system the string. And through the pitch and through the mechanism of the voltage to MIDI translation, it can deduce which fret are you pressing, therefore which note are you playing, therefore which part of the drum kit has to trigger when you press a key. And I did a little bit of demonstration on the last show about that. But then also showed that there's another section of the list of Rumpler sounds inside 55 that were actual loops, let's call it loops, rhythm loops. Some of them with bass lines, some of, or even with arpeggios inbuilt, but it's a decent 1 bar, 2 bar long loops of percussion / rhythm with or without some harmonic melodic content added. The problem being is it treats those loops the same way a sampler would treat a sample, the same way a Rumpler would treat a piano sample. Let's say that the original sample is your middle note A, and then the rest of the keys are assigned to increments on pitch, which the easiest way to increment pitch higher or lower is to increase the playback speed if you want to go to a higher pitch, or slow down the playback speed if you're going to go to a lower pitch. That works pretty mighty fine, or have worked pretty mighty fine for some specific samples in the beginning of the sampling keyboards, like the D50 for Roland, many others, Kurzweil, Kawai, that M1, Korg M1, that out of a little bit of sample and a little bit of synthesis aggregated to the sample, they would assign a different frequency and playback of the sample speed depending on the key. Problem is, if your sample has any notion of rhythm, any sequence, any pattern, and you change the pitch because you're modifying the playback speed, you're modifying the speed of the sample, which is something you don't really want on a rhythm, on a background rhythm, so you can play melodies or chords on top. You want that loop to stay speed-wise where it is. Some of the samples on that section of loops, because they have that melodic element, they are kind of very nice. Mr. Stripe, welcome back. They're very nice to have a pitch variation so it would follow your melody playing or your chord playing, as long as it doesn't change too much the speed of the percussion. But there's a workaround that, although I don't remember being mentioned in the manual, once you get deep into the setups, you do realize you have that option. As in, well, I want to play this song with the loop 16, but I want it to play at the speed of the song, or I want I want that loop to set the fixed speed of the song, the tempo. So I want the loop that plays at 120 BPMs. Let's say, for argument's sake, that the loop I chose, when played a middle A, is 120 BPMs. If I play a B, middle A is this. If I play a B, let's say it might play 122 BPMs. And if I play an F, it will play 119 or 117 beats per minute. So I wanted to keep it steady at 120. What I can do is trigger my middle A note, and through a momentary switch, excuse me, through the control, through a pedal, a controlling pedal, an external controller, or the one that comes in built in GRP55, that comes with one multifunction called control pedal and one rocking expression pedal, like a wah, with a switch on the overpressure of the toe. Okay, any of those inbuilt controllers could be used to trigger what I'm going to mention right now, although it's easier to do with a controller because of the physicality of it. So you can control, very easy, you can control the sustain factor of MIDI. And when we think about sustain, we usually think, at least my first thought is piano. You step on the piano, so it releases all the stops on all the strings, and when you press your keys on the strings, the strings will ring freely as long as they have inertia, as they have momentum. Nothing will stop them. If you don't release that pedal, the string will only vibrate as long as your fingers are holding the keys down, right? So you play your chord, and as long as your fingers are there, if it's a sound that has endless sustain, talking about synthesizer envelope stations, the sustain fraction of the envelope, it will hold the sound. On a piano it won't, because it's programmed to ignore the sustain, to have no sustain value, and go straight from decay to release. Therefore, the note dies even if you're holding the keys. The sound dies, although the MIDI message is the same. But if you release, that sound would stop, unless you're stepping on the sustain pedal. On synthesizers, the original way they had to do that is basically the sustain pedal would be like a third hand that would hold internally the value of those notes as if you were on the sustain element and sustain section of the envelope. As in, it would wait for you to release the pedal to go into release portion of the sound, into the fade off of the sound, whatever you have programmed. Something very similar got implemented the minute synthesizers went into MIDI language, because that's something that everybody who plays keys might want. So therefore, because of the mapping of the loops to a specific, in the case of a guitar, combination of string with fret, like let's play Sing the Ship type of coordinates, that is triggering a note which in the GR55 digital synthesizer, Rompler, is triggering a number value that triggers a specific loop assigned to that number value of note. With the sustain pedal, you can tell, okay, when I release my hands or I stop the string, I want the system to hold the same sound as long as I'm holding the foot pedal down, my sustained signal, and only release the sound let it die, let it fade out whenever I release my foot from the sustain pedal. And it says, okay, but that's cool. Problem is, on a traditional sustain, as in piano sustain, sostenuto, I think it's a sostenuto, it's the equivalent to the sostenuto. If you press one key and press sustain, after that, if you press another key, that second key will also get sustained on a synthesizer, because you can go beyond the physics, or depending on the programming of the sound, that would mean that none of the notes will die. You will be piling up notes, as many as you play, and the only way to stop all that, it can get a little cacophonic, all that cacophony of piling notes one on each other, would be to release your foot controller sustain, because that's the mechanical or simul mechanica mechanism that a piano would do. Thankfully, through, I don't know if these other methods were implemented on analog synthesizers. That's something at this point I don't know. I don't remember, haven't heard that. But when you get to MIDI, since you're already talking with very basic one task at a time or very simplified computers, you can write different code to tell the system, the synthesizer, to behave when it gets sent a trigger message from the same foot controller or pedal controller. So then they develop another type of sostenuto, of sustain, that I've been told, or I found out lately, that it was also implemented on pianos, being not on all of them. Very specific models of very specific brands managed to do this that I'm going to tell right now, which is basically, you will start your note, you will press your sustain pedal, it will hold every note and keep those notes ringing. That if you can press down 5-10 notes that sound good, go figure, that sound good, it will hold 10 notes, right? But once you release the keys and go and play another one, any other note, the new notes played will not play. It will not held. The previous ones will, but the next successions will not. But with MIDI and Roland, at one point, I don't know exactly on which keyboard, which synthesizer, which module, they decided to implement a third type, which is basically I just blanked. There's a third type where great, now I forgot. There's a third type on 55. I can't remember if it only holds. I'm gonna have to get back to you guys, because what I'm remembering makes no sense in my head. Something in between, basically. So what is useful for us on the rhythm section, on the loop portion of the rhythm section of 55, is the second type I told you. Means that I can trigger my middle A 120 BPM loop speed and held it down, because it's a looping sound, and held it down for as long as I want. Okay, I'm gonna go on a limb, and don't quote me on this one because I'm pretty sure I'm wrong, but I think the third type, so the first type will hold and keep holding the notes you press first, as in it will, if it's a long sustain sound, as in attack, decay, sustain, it's a long sustain, like a organ, flute, something that it makes sense that the note wouldn't die for a very long period. It would hold it or loop it constantly. And the third type, I think, it does the same, except it allows the notes you press before pressing the pedal to die. No, because that would not be any helpful. Sorry, I need to get back to you. There's a third type, and it's also helpful, but the one we want is the one that it will hold your loop, keep playing on the background, unaltered, and it would allow you to play on top the same sound or any other sound. Remember that GR55 can split the strings, the 6 strings that the pickup is ready to read, 6 for the guitar and up to 6 for the bass as well, because since they already have the cable, the 13-pin cable, which is ready to detect 6 mono strings pickups, they said, okay, everybody plays a 4-string bass. A lot of people is playing 5-string basses when this technology, the GK1 and GK2, got released, and a bunch of weirdos also play 6-string. So why not? Let's offer it, and if you don't use it, you only have to go into the system, in the prepping side of the system, and turn them off, the strings you're not going to be using. So you could split the sounds per strings to the point that you could turn on the rhythm sound for only one string. Let's say you're on a guitar, you want your rhythm only when you change the note on your 6th string, right? So you can have another sound, a completely different sound, or have a second sound on top of all 6 strings, but on the 6th you would have 2 sounds. Hence the fact that 55 comes with a twin system of Rompler engines. So you can program 55 to tell the sustain pedal to only affect one of the 2 Rompler sections. So you can have only the 6th string turn on. On a later show, on a later stream, I will demonstrate all of this with examples like I did on the past one. It's just that today I didn't manage to save it, and other things came together. So we're going to try to mix it up a little bit. So you can tell 55 to turn off 5 strings for engine 1, only play 1 of the 6 strings. That 6th string is going to be a loop, a rhythm loop, and tell 55 that the second engine is going to have turned on all 6 strings, including the one that will play loops, with the difference that you program the sustain pedal to only affect engine 1. So it will not do anything or have any effect on engine 2. That way you can start your rhythm by playing the first note, sustain that note, and having that loop following with you on the background while you're playing in whatever key you feel like, or the loop draws you towards. And whenever you're ready in the writing of your song to change, for instance, key or even speed if you wish to, then you can unpress the pedal sustain, press the other note on the 6th string that will give you either the pitch and or the loop speed that you're looking for, and then sustain that and rinse and repeat. Keep playing on top of that speed and keep changing, lift off your foot, trigger that, you always sustain the same one because that's what's on the patch program. Obviously, you can change all of those settings of what type of sustain is it going to use, and when is it going to use it, and which sound is it going to be triggering, and which strings are going to do it on a per patch basis. So if the possibilities get a little crazy, because you could be changing loops by changing patch, and you could be changing the baseline in the loop by changing notes, but you also could be changing the lead sound on top of the loop by changing patches without. And this is something I want to put to the test. How quickly would allow you to change from one patch with a program loop to the next patch with a program loop, to see if it would be seamless, like when in a romper you try to change sound, and some synthesizers will not cut the trail of the previous sound, so you can get your fingers ready to the next while the previous sound is fading, and it's not until you press the next key, therefore the next MIDI message, that it will change to the next sound, or in this case we're talking about to the next rhythm. That's something that we will, on a later date, put to the test. I had to explain. I had to try. And I feel really bad. I didn't remember exactly the third time of sustain of 55. I'll get back to you. In the meantime, just let me check if everything is working fine. And let me... Is this going to work? Yes. Let me please welcome the one, the only, the entity in the YouTube ether, the man who goes everywhere, looks above to the skies and down into the microscopic. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Synth Addict.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? We might have some...
I'm hearing myself. Yeah.
You can hear that's the issue. Because...
Is it banana again or whatever?
No. It's that, but it's not. Basically... Okay, let me try this. It might cause some strenuous...
I have tech issues too. Notice I'm using this stupid rig instead of my usual microphone because I'm an audio problems on StreamYard. So we're all having issues today.
Okay. Is it sorted?
Test. Yes, appears to be. Can you hear me?
Cool. I can hear you.
Okay.
You can hear me, I assume.
I hear you. There's no repeat. So,
guys out there, can you confirm that you can hear both of us, please?
What was it?
Basically I have to skip Mr. Potato. It's potato. Banana is the same thing. It's just smaller.
Same thing. Yeah.
But it's because StreamYard is doing something really, really strange, and it's probably my bad with the computer. Probably I ticked the wrong box somewhere and I forgot.
It reminds me of the old potato in the pants joke. You've heard that before, right?
I'm going to say no.
I'll tell it real briefly because it's a classic.
Yeah, go for it.
Basically, the guy says, I'm going out, I'm meeting a lot of ladies, I'm having a lot of trouble. He says, well, go out, put a potato in your pants, and when you go out, the ladies will go wild. And he's like, okay, this is great. That's so easy. I just go to the store and buy a potato. So he comes back and goes, so how did it go? And he goes, nothing happened. If anything, they ran away from me. He goes, well, what did you do? It says, well, I put the potato in my pants, like you said. He goes, you're supposed to put the potato in the front of your pants. There you go. Little plant humor.
Is the master lesson for everybody. Location.
Exactly, yes. And not understanding what the hell you're doing, right? Don't put things just any old place, just like with the modular system, unless the modular allows it. Don't put things in
Oh,
any old jack, right? Make sure it works.
please don't tell me you had one of those accidents
No,
lately.
but I did have because Deptford doesn't have keyed the shrouded
Yes.
headers. I
Yeah.
did fry two of the cheaper ones because
But
they
that
weren't
was long
labeled.
time. That was a long time ago, right?
Yeah, I replaced them too because they're only like $100 each, so it was luckily it
Wow.
wasn't like a $500 module. But I
Or
mean, come on, they
or a
invented the
thousand.
format, and to
Yeah.
this day they're still making some modules that don't have the shrouded headers. Just put the fucking shrouded headers on there. You know,
Well,
it's another
I
10
mean,
cents on the module. I think we can afford it.
yes,
You
but
know.
you also have to understand that the way I learned or knew about the Eurorack and a modular system is that it was mostly made for electronic engineer geeks that
Well, that's the
wanted to make
point.
sound.
They're trying to invite people into it to make it idiot proof. And doing that, you're going to scare more people away than anything. So just
Sure.
fix the problem. And then it's like paint by numbers. The thing goes
Yeah.
only in one way
Yeah.
and it's problem
No, no,
solved.
I'm with no, now at this in 2025 that it has exploded
Like you
and
know about
that
the color coding, right? Most
yeah.
modules have like white or no color is in and black is out. Something
Okay.
like that. Or other module manufacturers do different things. But there's usually pretty obvious what's an in and what's an out without having to put in, out, in, out, in, out next to everything. It's just a
Mm-hmm.
little subtle color around the ring of the jack,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
like a paint on the plate.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you know what's an in, what's an out intuitively, not having to. Can I put it into this? I don't know if I can. You know.
Before learning that, and because this particular example does not apply with that, I had to use Sharpie on my Barb 2600
Yeah.
because there's three connectors that are on a section that is mostly outputs, which are inputs,
Yeah.
and there's an input connector. Sorry, and it's an out, and there's an output connector on a section that is mostly inputs.
Yeah.
So I had to Sharpie it. I like color coding, so outputs are red, inputs are green.
Yeah. If you're just coloring the ring, that's fine. You don't want to write on
Exactly.
the actual plate.
No, no, no.
But because I've
Plus,
used like a blue masking tape, which is you can remove
mhm.
without residue. For
Okay.
the
Yeah,
shows
yeah.
I do in San Francisco,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes I have to repatch a few things
Mm-hmm.
after transit.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll put I'll have little colors on the wires.
Mm-hmm.
Or blue masking tape on the end of each wire with a
Mm-hmm.
number, and then with a Sharpie, and then on the same area it's supposed to go into a corresponding piece of blue tape with the
Mm-hmm.
number. So when I'm setting up like 20 seconds before I go on,
Mm-hmm.
with the barely quick sound check,
Mm-hmm.
um, you just go, okay, one goes to one, two goes to two, then two. And unless I knocked anything else loose, I'm good. Right.
And I assume you do, but in case you don't, and for anybody who listens to us, the masking tape is a precious resource.
Yeah, the blue
It's
stuff's
is
good.
the
I
you
have it
can find
everywhere.
it
It's all over the place.
find it in several colors and kind of two or three materials. But when we're talking masking tape, we're mostly talking about the one that is paper based.
Well, be careful though. Get the painter's one. This is the blue painter's one. That's why it's blue.
Mm-hmm.
If you use any other standard color or this classic white or off white or yellow,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
they will leave nasty residue on your stuff. So you want the removable masking tape. It can be on for 6 months and not leave residue.
Exactly. So the paper base, the standard, even more if you go cheap, unbranded one, because I think the 3M is very quite reliable, and still never leave masking tape attached to anything
No,
longer than 3 months.
but I've left the blue on for a long time and it's
Yeah,
okay. It's still pretty
because
good.
that's higher
But it
quality.
says painter's tape on it. Make
Yeah,
sure it says painter's tape.
because it's designed to be able to be to put. I think it's what they use for the rings, for the door frames,
Exactly.
for
Yeah.
the windows,
Yeah.
and it's designed to also be very neat. I mean, it's easy to break. I assume you can,
Easy to rip. Yeah, but still strong enough
but
to pull
if you pull it
linearly.
out, it
Yeah.
will cut clean the paint, so you can
Yeah.
paint on top
And they have
just
different
by
thicknesses. You can get the really thin ones to the really fat ones.
Let me show
So,
you just one tip for you and for everybody.
wait, be careful which tip you're showing. This is not an adult stream, so.
Okay. Oh, now you tell me.
Yeah, it's
Now,
not OnlyFans, not yet anyway. So
this is the 2025 solution that I use.
Ed downloads are
There,
cool. Yeah,
this to me is amazing. It's
yeah.
basically a microcomputer with a micro dot printer.
Mm-hmm.
The results are very nice. You can choose the width of your tape. The one I use the most
Is that brother?
is, yeah, brother. The one I use the most is this, which is 6 mil, which I think is 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
With
I have
this
a
one,
whole.
I can label. I don't know how long they last
This?
because, yeah, but what I usually do is with the 6 mil and the small print that this thing can do, I'm able to do a whole ring around the jack, if it's a TS or TRS, that is totally clean, no hanging threads. You can read very clearly with this, the way these things print. And so far, I have not seen any of them fall down. And because I'm sticking to metal or the actual rubber of the cable side,
Yeah.
they don't have much. It's more like no post-its. It's that type of tacky glue, but no residue when you peel it
Yeah.
off.
That's cool.
I love this thing. It's my secret weapon. Whee!
Yeah, I have a bigger version of it, but it's the same basic thing.
And there's other
Mine has
brands
the keyboard layout, so you can quickly type.
no, the typing here is a faff, but this one is meant more. Although it can do a tons of graphics and borders and frames for your writing.
Yeah, that one's small. You can throw it in a guitar bag or something.
Yeah, some kind of, yeah, or a case, or I'll just do it at home. And
By the way, speaking of guitar,
yeah.
I got this, but I haven't had a chance to install it yet. The GK3 pickup.
Good.
So this is for the one remaining guitar those motherfuckers didn't steal from me. I
Thank
can
God.
put a nice pickup on it, and I'm back in business. So
Guys out there, let us know if you would rather see that process as in a pre-made video edited with background music or however we could do it, or would you rather see it live with live explanations of how to install and set up properly? If you want to see both setups, the physical setup to the guitar and the setup electronically to the unit, we will have to do it in 2 parts. Either way,
it's probably pretty easy to install, but I probably don't want to do it live. So because now it could be boring, but I also don't want to be in a hurry and strip anything. And
that's what I think. Live stream is a little better because we have this. Okay, let's share my experience. Unless you want to, like I did, drill down my pickups to my guitars. That's why I bought 2 guitars specifically to do that. I didn't want to pierce any of my pre-existing guitars. Not to mention that I didn't have a 6-string bass beforehand, so I had to buy a 6-string bass in order to fit the pickup. Once you know what you're dealing with and understood what you're dealing with, and or you have previous experience with either other people telling you how to do it and why to do it, it shouldn't take more than 40-50 minutes to do, as in actual work doing it stuff. And those 50 minutes, possibly 10 to 15 minutes, is because of the setting up of the pickup itself once it's installed. But it takes way longer to understand what things do you need to do in which order and why, to the point that the manual is very useless on the why.
Well, to be fair, most Roland manuals and Boss manuals are shit. So
We know that.
yeah,
But that's why I think having this interaction or doing it live with me warning you and guiding you would make it way faster, and at least you would get to take the informed decisions, because some parameters on the installation process are kind of up to the customer, up to the user. But
Oh,
if
it's
you
not
don't
just a
know,
one-way setup. It's a base.
with the GK3, not really, because with GK3 they wanted to give you all the possibilities that the people complain about in the previous models, GK1 and 2 basically, and 2A I think. So GK3 technically was the okay, now we solved all the problems. Now you can complain about anything anymore.
Is the
Type of
special pickup screwed in or like double sticky tape?
that's one of the options you have to take. You can
Okay,
screw it, you can sticky tape it. I think it comes with a couple of springs. Does it?
maybe I don't know. It's all sealed up still. I kept it sealed up,
Good.
so got a good
To
deal
my
on it though. I took a while to find one that was a good price because
yeah.
unopened they can be pretty expensive right now. So
In my wish list, one of my many, I want to buy the kit that allows you to install it inside the guitar.
oh, the boards, yeah.
Yeah, basically it doesn't
I
have
saw,
any
I
of
saw
the
some of
chassis.
those floating around. They're all used. I didn't see any new ones like that.
No. I mean brand new. Thomann
Yeah,
still have them brand new, but obviously that means drilling and routing boot into the guitar, which I'm happy to do in the guitars I want to do it, but that would be way more implied, and I rather, if possible, as in if I manage to put, that's one of the reasons I haven't done it yet, because buying the pickup and the work it needs, I'd rather give it to a professional. Not because I cannot do it. I've
you
built
installed
guitar.
one already or no?
No, one of the inbuilt pickups. My two
No, I mean
pickups.
the regular GK3. You've installed one
Yes,
before? Okay,
the one on my guitar and the one on my bass, I did my own.
okay,
So, but the inbuilt kits, I'd rather give it to a professional. Not because I can't do it. I could do it. I just don't have the shop,
yeah,
nor the tooling, the
yeah.
precise tooling to have a professional proper job done. I could wing it, but why? Having money, I'd rather pay somebody. And if they fuck up, they will pay me back. So,
Yeah, and there's some of those things are pretty wild. Like I told you that guy I know has a
mm-hmm,
syntax, and he
mm-hmm,
did a breakdown of it. Just took all the back parts off to clean it and totally make it as good as possible
mm-hmm,
because the condition was marginal.
mm-hmm.
And man, they crammed a lot of shit in that little body. So a lot of
You
circuit
mean
boards and stuff.
the things, the syntax, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
On the GK3, because the syntax, I assume it has not only sensors, but also voltage to possibly MIDI translation, or
yeah.
it's all
It's a
analog.
MIDI only thing. It's not.
Okay,
It's not hexaphonic equivalent or CV or any of that stuff. It's just MIDI.
cool. So it basically it needs the sensors and the brain and all the translation. That's a lot of
Yeah,
microchips.
yeah.
What's
Plus, they
inside
have the two things too. They have the key section and the pickup section. So
more translation, more sensors, more
yeah,
triggers, different voltages all going around. On the GK3, there's basically no electronics. The only electronics there is, kind of, is just for the LED light that tells you that it's working.
hmm.
That's the only electronics it has. Because everything else, although it could be passive, they chose to make it semi-active to boost a little bit the signal, but they're not doing anything with the signal. So
Yeah,
the same signal that the pickup is generated, which is the same signal a regular guitar pickup generates, is just going down the wire.
yeah,
So what you buy in there basically is nothing but a chassis with connectors and switches.
yeah,
All the understanding, translating, and generating one thing from another, it's all in the unit you plug the 13 cable in.
yeah.
The pickup does basically nothing but just sending down the voltage. That's all it
Hmm.
does. That's why when you go to the inbuilt project,
Yeah,
the biggest issue is to send the wires inside the cavity of the guitar,
Mhm.
and having to drill a huge, humongous jack connector for the 13 pin out.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the only problem.
It's pretty
Apart
cool.
from
Though. This
that
thing's
is,
not very big. I mean, you can see
yeah,
the thickness of it. It's
and
not
it's
a very
still
big unit. It does a lot. Yeah,
the biggest of them all.
yeah.
GK3 is the biggest. Can so the unit itself, the control, the one with the buttons and the wheel, you could. I think it comes with also with double-sided tape. You could stick it
I'll do
to
Velcro
the
probably. Yeah,
guitar. I don't think it comes with Velcro,
I have my
but
own sticky Velcro I use for everything. So
exactly.
yeah,
Or it should come with a metal clamp, which is the one I'm using.
sticky Velcro.
Oh, that looked weird on my screen. So, okay, let me show you. Give me a second. So,
In fact, you know what's funny? This stupid Sony drum machine looks like the GK3. Kind of.
yes, that's cool. When did you got that?
It's a piece of crap. A long time ago. It was one of those things I was looking for odd stuff on eBay, and I had
And
bought
it
everything
showed
I
up.
could afford, and that just showed up. I go, what the hell? Who knew Sony made an actual drum machine, right?
Talking about weird things. Same thing. I was looking to Facebook Marketplace around, and I bumped into a Casio CSM1. Have you? Is that right?
One. Depends what it is. What is it?
Okay. Do you remember that Yamaha for the Clavinovas had a line of half, 1U high, but half width, as in if full rack is 19 inches,
Yeah.
17 and a half inches wide, because you could even put two in a one rack
Yeah.
shelf. That and in that format, they did some modules to expand the Clavinovas. They did a reverb, and they did a drum machine, and
I
they
didn't know
did
they
a
had that.
recorder.
So, yeah.
I
Makes
have
sense,
them
but
all,
yeah.
right? That same format of the half U was copied also by and adopted by, I think, by Korg. They did some,
Alesis
no,
did as well. They had the micro
Alice's did
verb,
it.
the micro
Yes,
effects, the micro whatever. Micro
kind
synth.
of. One of them was half U wide, but the other one was even smaller. The nanos were even smaller.
Yeah.
I think possibly Kawai also had something in that same
Yeah.
case. Roland did a couple of other things and models and stuff, and then Casio took the idea, but instead of being exactly half 1U unit wide, is half and a half. So it's
Mm.
3/4 long. It's not a full 19-inch wide, and it's not half unit, so you cannot put two of them.
So you build a
But
custom
what?
rack adapter for it.
First of all, they were never meant to go into a proper rack. They were meant to put on top of your
Right.
keyboard, MIDI
Okay.
keyboard, on your desk, like
Also, the controls on the top, not on the front.
no, everything on the front.
Oh, really? Okay.
This is very, very late 80s or early
Okay.
90s, I think. Uh, or I don't know, the same generation of the EMT1, EMT10 of Yamaha. But the thing is, they put a MIDI sound module, a drum module, and a drum machine in the same unit.
Hmm.
But what it really kicked me, I didn't have the time to listen to everything because all the demos I found on YouTube were very badly recorded. But one of those guys played the demo. The demo is basically the same thing I have in my Casio Tone CT 640.
Hmm.
It's the same songs.
Wow.
The MIDI is the same. The patches seem to be the same amount of patches, and the rhythms more or less the same.
Just repackage it in a box. Yeah.
So do you remember that generation of Casio keyboards with full-size keys, but they also have green and yellow buttons, rubbery buttons for rhythms and special effects and stuff?
Yeah. I have one of them somewhere. I forgot which one I have.
So my
But I
deduction
but I
is,
have Oh, you're talking about the octopad kind of things, like those hexapads, the little drum pads.
Some
Because my
Casio
first
keyboards.
Casio was an MT500, which has the 4 pads and the 4 external pads that you can play with sticks.
No, I think it is the city generation.
Okay,
The,
but it's probably a similar idea. Those pads you can
it's to me,
you
it's
play.
like trying to the same thing that Roland took a JB80 and put it in a rack.
Yeah,
Casio took those crappy
put
plasticky
them in a rack. Yeah,
keyboards and put them in a rack.
yeah. I never saw the rack stuff. The only rack stuff I have from Casio is like the FZ10M, the rack sampler,
Okay.
and something else they made around that time with their pro stuff.
Okay. Okay. Let me show you this. I'm gonna go full screen.
Oh, so
So
VZ10M, the later on
sorry.
the IPD synth. Yeah.
Here we go. Me destroying the setup.
Oh, there you go. There's your pickup. Yeah.
So I'm gonna remove this so you can see clearly. So you can see this. This is a metal finger. Okay, this is metallic, but it's coated in protective plasticky thing
Yeah.
that basically creates a
That's this thing right
clamp,
here in the package, right?
over the
Yeah.
body, respecting the strap button. So
But it
your strap
steals your
button.
strap button, right?
No, 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 no. The instruction tells you to screw it on top of the clamp,
Ah,
so
okay.
you still can use it,
So now
right?
I'm curious because I wonder if I can use the pickup and my jam stack, which also uses that
Yes,
connector.
sure,
So
very likely. So, and the portion, the clamp. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, guys. The clamp on the side that barely touches the guitar is felt covered underneath.
okay.
So it's already designed to protect the finish of your guitar. Because then, if you use the clamp, you have to screw the controller, the control section of the pickup, to the clamp,
Yeah.
so you don't damage at all. Then, what it needs straight contact and very firm contact is the pickup, the pickup itself,
Yeah.
and that is the crucial bit. You need to measure if you have room between your bridge and your pickup.
It's
That's
very
that.
skinny. I'm sure I do.
Measure it.
It's much skinnier than the one from the G-Vox.
G-Vox.
You ever use
Okay,
G-Vox?
I never heard of it.
Unfortunately, those fuckers that took my Stratocaster Squire had the
Uh-huh.
G-Vox pickup on it, so I don't have the pickup anymore. But
Oh, okay, sorry
I
about
still
that.
have the base unit, so I could probably find the pickup online, and I still have the software. The problem is the software is designed to run on Windows 98, so you have
Yeah,
to
but
run a
that's no problem
VM.
for you.
Well, you have to run a VM with Windows 98, whatever. And one of these days I may go back to it because it was the first guitar MIDI kind of thing I ever used before. It was very good actually, because the software they had like a police library, a BB King library, all these little extension
Mm-hmm.
libraries, but also a bunch of
Mm-hmm.
famous tracks
Mm-hmm.
encoded as MIDI type songs, but it's
Mm-hmm.
not really MIDI.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a precursor to the hexaphonic. So it's
Mm-hmm.
it's it's a small little pickup that has 6 strings mapped to it. The box that it attaches to has 6 individual little screws to adjust the sensitivity for the
Mm-hmm.
thing. And in the software, you can see the guitar layout with the
Mm-hmm.
6 things, and it's translating that pickup to the box to a MIDI to basically to your computer,
Mm-hmm.
which acts like it goes through like a joystick port or whatever. So it's really old school, but it acts like MIDI. It goes through your sound card, and now you
Mm-hmm.
can route it through other stuff as MIDI without actually having anything MIDI outside the computer. The computer interprets it as a MIDI kind of thing, and you could do pitch to MIDI stuff very easily on it. But one of the best things about it, if you're
Mm-hmm.
learning guitar, is the lesson mode where it has you play. Okay, now play along with the song, and you play whatever speed you have to play. It will wait, and if you keep hitting the wrong note, the playback head does not move. So it only rewards you the next note when you get it right, which is pretty invaluable. It just waits until you literally get it right, and then it goes to the next note.
That's
Instead of you
cool.
having to keep playing it in a loop and, oh, damn, I missed it again. It
Hmm.
will not reward you with the next note until you got it right. And
That's really
that's like
cool.
a teacher saying, "Stop,
Yeah, yeah,
get
yeah.
that note right. You fucked up, and now keep going." So Gvox, I thought it was a gimmick at the time. They used to advertise it on the radio all the time,
Uh-huh.
and I got it at Guitar Center probably 95 or something like that when it was 90. No, it had to be a little later than that because the Windows 98. Or was it Windows 95? It was one of those two, 98 or
Yeah.
95. I got it right in the mid 90s, mid-ish 90s,
Hmm.
and it was like $30 closeout deal.
Wow.
And it was the box, pickup, and some basic songs. And then they had a deal where you could get the add-on packs. I just got the BB King and the Police one for like $20 each or something like that.
Okay.
And
Sorry, because I was a little distracted checking something else. So that thing was not designed to trigger synthetic sounds, but to follow your playing to allow you to learn from pre-made media.
well, but once it's in the computer, though, I learned that you could route it to other tools, so you could actually use it
Ah,
like MIDI.
okay, as a media
Yeah,
triggering.
yeah, exactly. But it wasn't the original goal was
Uh-huh.
in the software environment
Yeah,
using your
yeah.
sound card and like really good tracking
As a tuition system.
and then in the mode in the teaching mode where you really want to learn the song,
Yeah, yeah.
it's not going to blow by. Oh, you missed it. Play back again. It is
No,
on
no,
freeze mode where it literally
that's awesome.
holds until you get the note right.
That's awesome.
It's
Do
very
you
cool.
think? Do you think for our next show, if you can find some pictures and or any
Oh yeah,
video,
yeah,
if
I'll
there
find it.
is?
I mean, I still have the software. I still have the box. I don't have the pickup anymore, but I would like to track down the pickup online. Maybe I'll go look for that. But I'll definitely find the
No, I'm really
some
interested in
images of the
learning more
software.
about that and
Yeah,
see
it was one of
one.
those. It came and went kind of deals. Like if
Yeah.
you didn't hear it on the radio, you didn't go to the store to see it, or
Hmm.
someone you know didn't
Yeah.
have it, you pretty much didn't know about it. It's not the best marketing.
And I'm pretty sure that that would if they never promoted the MIDI triggering side to most
I
of the
discovered
guitars
that
of
after I was using it. I'm like, oh, look, I can make it trigger other stuff inside
to most of the guitar
the thing.
players of the 90s that would sound like a gimmick on any magazine. It's like,
Of course,
but this is a toy. It's just
yeah.
for learning.
And the name Gvox was kind of dopey. So
No, I don't see. I mean, guitar players I have bought devices with way worse names than that.
yeah.
Trust me.
Oh
That
yeah.
that that was not the failure of
Well,
the
I
product.
love the so DOD had a pedal that was
Hmm.
purple called American Metal.
Yes,
It's like, what a stupid name is that? What do you mean American Metal, right?
heavy metal.
So, it was just dumb, and it was purple like Barney. It didn't make any sense. So we made a joke up one time. My friend was trying to test out an Ebo for the first time,
Uh-huh.
and a couple other pedals, and this is back when the salespeople had to hook a bunch of stuff up for you. They didn't have trial stations, right?
Okay.
And so he went out of the back. He got a demo unit
Hmm.
and hooked it up. And then just for fun, we had just seen Terminator 2. And we said, "Hey, do you have that new pedal out called Liquid Metal?" And this guy's a total stoner, right? He's like, "Oh, wow, no, man, that sounds pretty cool. Oh, look into that. That sounds awesome." And he was convinced there's a pedal called Liquid Metal. So
I mean, probably not back then, but nowadays I wouldn't be surprised. Because the pedal market, I
oh,
mean,
sure.
if you think that Eurorack has exploded, as in how many people are building and how many variants and models,
Yeah.
pedals can can drive rings around Eurorack any day of the week. I mean,
Well, I still think there are more. If you go on Modular Grid,
hmm
there are literally like 10,000 modules. There aren't
yeah.
that many pedals.
Okay, let me put it this way: I stopped keeping track of pedal
But no
manufacturers when
pedals.
I went
There are a lot of pedals. Yeah.
beyond 300 manufacturers,
Hmm.
with an average of 5 pedals, 5 to the smaller the boutique people, 3 to 5,
Yeah. There are a lot.
everything
Sure.
to boss level. Boss level has in catalog at least 60 pedals at any given time.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. Pedals are the gateway to modular. They're a soft form of modular, basically. You are
Yeah,
patching things to things to things.
yeah.
You're augmenting signals. You're running
Hmm.
stuff back through itself. So it is a form of modular, whether you like it or not. And people go, "I'm never going to touch modular." I'm like, use guitar pedals, you're using fucking modular. It's just a
No,
different signal flow.
if you want to have a laugh about that, I suggest the Facebook page Pedal Boards of Doom.
Yeah,
Not even getting into how much are on those floor devices, on those
hmm
pedal boards. Not even getting in how much is the actual board that is
Oh
holding
yeah,
this pedal.
I'll bet.
Not getting into that. 70% of the users of that page, they're basically frustrated analog modular synthesizers,
Yeah,
synthesis, because so many. The only difference is on pedals, none of them, technically, none of them generate the signal. None of them start.
yeah. They're just processing the signal.
They just delay it and indulge it. I think the first one who can actually do that was actually released this past NAMM 2025 by Marys. They released, for what I understand, in one box, digitally replicated and modular analog synthesizer
hmm
that you, if you wish, can feed it a guitar.
Well, it's like Poly Bebo and a bunch of other companies are doing that too. So it's a synth and
But
effects all in a pedal based thing with stomp buttons and
coming
yeah.
from a guitar pedal manufacturer that, on reverse of the ones you mentioned, they started doing hardware for guitar players,
Yeah.
and then they released their own Eurorack modules.
hmm
A little bit like the people from Game Changer devices with the plasma rack
Oh, sure.
and the
Even
plasma
Earthquaker
module.
got in the game. I mean, they had like Afterneath, and then now there's Afterneath modular version. So I mean, they're smart. You gotta diversify these days. If you don't diversify,
You're gonna sell to the
you're
people who
you're gonna
buys.
lose money. So
And talking about NAM, tell me about it. How was it?
yeah, we should have done this right afterward because I forgot so much of it. And as everyone who's here knows or watching the replay, I documented the shit out of it. So
Mm-hmm.
I have live streams for I pretty much covered everything I could find.
Uh-huh.
Even if I didn't linger more than a few seconds, you at least get to see who was there and hear a couple things. But
Mm-hmm.
because it is so big, you can't. I mean, I was running out of batteries at one point. I had a battery pack hanging from my finger with
Mm-hmm.
a cable going to the gimbal, and then occasionally switching from the gimbal to the phone because both were losing power. I was streaming for so long.
Yeah.
I had to keep, the batteries only last for so long.
Mm-hmm.
And those floors are huge, especially the main building in
Okay.
Anaheim is. I even heard they had the basement on this year with only about 20 different manufacturers, and I missed it
Okay.
because last year they didn't have anything, so I skipped it.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike Metley was telling me that there were a few things down there that actually were pretty cool, and I missed it.
Mm-hmm.
But I could have easily covered it because I covered the annex next door. I covered the whole room, all the floors, um, at least some areas at least twice. And but yeah, the guitar, as usual, the guitar section is just as you're approaching, there's this
Mm-hmm. It's ominous,
as
isn't
you
it?
get closer, it's just this noise. It's like um, it's hard to replicate. Obviously, you can hear a bit on the stream, but no microphone's gonna pick that up properly. You just have to be there to appreciate this, not just the sheer volume of noise, but all these like different distortions and an occasional solo or something like that screaming over the top of generally this collective noise of just a drone. It's like a massive drone of noise. And it's perfect too because there's always a company there called Death by Audio, and you feel
Mm-hmm.
like you're having Death by Audio. It's so noisy and so bizarre sounding, and sometimes just way too loud right where you are. That
Mm-hmm.
I either put my finger over my ear or I walk by real quick because I like to protect my hearing. I'm losing it with age anyway, at least the
Mm-hmm.
highs. but I don't have tinnitus. I don't have any other issues with my hearing on purpose. I protected my hearing my whole life. I don't want a stupid NAMM event to ruin my hearing. So
Yeah, no
I go
wonder.
to concerts with earplugs. I do all that kind of stuff. So I appreciate some of the stuff going on there, but I don't want to have residual damage from that. But yeah, you walk around there and there are so many. I mean, you know this already. There's so many guitar companies and pedal companies, and after a while, it's just blur. It's just
Yeah,
who's offering anything special. So you go by the artwork, you go by somebody who plays it, like, oh, I want to sound like so and so, or you
yeah.
go by something unique, like you said. There's the Maris guys doing some odd things, or Poly Bebo, Poly. This other module they make, Poly something or other.
Hmm.
I forgot the name of it. Different firmware, and other companies that do effects for that are often using synths, like even um, Microcosm and all those guys are
Hmm.
sometimes over there because they do pedals as well, right? They're basically all pedals,
Hmm.
either fat pedals with a bunch of knobs on them, or they're just simple stomp box kind of pedals. So you'll find like Game Changer and a bunch of those guys in the guitar area because they do
Hmm.
enough guitar stuff that's what they think people are going to find them the most.
Yeah.
So all the synthy people who never go near the guitars end up missing a lot of these effects companies and crossover pedals that go between different styles of playing because
Hmm.
they, oh, it's all fucking guitar. I don't want to see that stuff. Well, they're missing out because
Yeah.
that's why I walk through there. It's funny. You get to see that really weird. I always tour around that art gallery one where they sell these custom guitars from around the world, and it's an auction.
Ah,
And you actually go, you see sold, 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 sold. So people are paying like crazy money for these custom whacked out guitars. Some are wood, some are metal, some are electric, some are acoustic. You know,
little secret. Some of those sold units were sold before
I'm
the
sure they were.
convention.
I'm sure they were.
Basically, many of those very high-end luthiers,
Yeah.
they they're like haute couture, like
Yeah, sure.
the
Well, some are
clothes.
downright beautiful. I mean, like it really is art.
They're like the clothes designers from Paris that they make one
Yeah.
collection per year with
Yeah.
five, 3, 10 units, specific, very, very extreme, as you saw. So they start when the item is finished. They go to the first show they have,
Yeah.
and that on that show item is on sale. If that item sells on that show, the luthier asks permission to the buyer.
To continue to
Can
show
I
it.
tour
Yeah.
it around
Yeah.
with a soul label on top? Because I still want to show that.
Yeah.
Because I'm never
It's
gonna
a one
do
of a
and
kind. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm never gonna do a second one. I'm
And
gonna
some of
do
them are really
something.
simple, like the sound
Yeah,
hole instead of being below the strings is
yeah.
up in the corner. It's like, all right, that's clever, I guess.
No,
But it's
okay. Although the guitar luthiery is almost as ancient as music, not really. The guitar as we know it is only two, one century and a half or 2 centuries tops of
yeah, because
age.
before they had lutes and you had,
Exactly. And before that,
which is where
guitar,
luthier comes from, right? The lute.
exactly.
Yeah, right.
And before that, guitar music, as we understand it nowadays, was not considered actual music for various reasons.
And before you had a lyre,
Exactly.
without a body, without a resonant body, and so yeah.
I'm not so sure. Have you ever seen an actual ancient on a museum, an ancient lyre?
Yeah, and also like ancient Egypt had some really weird ones. They also had other weird metallic-y things.
Because if you see the lyres I've seen mostly in films, excuse me, I've never managed to see one in real life, even behind a screen. Like an harp, you see that there's a frame and you see
Yeah,
all the strings,
strings. Yeah, yeah.
but all those strings are usually anchored to a bigger shape of usually wood,
The
right?
more modern ones are, but not ancient Greece.
But that's what I mean. If they were attached to a bigger, hopefully hollow piece of wood, that would
Well,
make a resonant box that would make it
like the
loud
one
enough to
that
hear yourself.
yeah, like an auto harp, right?
Yeah.
That's a type of lyre, but it has like little keys on it for chords and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But you can still buy the bare ones that don't have
Mm-hmm.
keys on them.
Okay.
Like Ian has one.
This one you can play with is tiny
Yeah, and it
mallets.
has a little box attached to it, so you have some resonance. So that's like a more modern one. The really
Hmm.
old ones really were just a frame with the wires.
Okay. Well,
Um,
I guess the white the well the GAT, because those strings were originally made out of animal GAT
yeah,
tribes. They were loud enough to for the people, the guy playing it, and everybody silent around with
yeah.
no traffic and no
Like a
background noise.
clavichord, it's just super quiet. You have to hover over it to hear it. So
I haven't managed to have one in the same room. I'm
I've
dying
been.
for.
They had one at UC Santa Cruz. I got to listen to. It's very very quiet.
I would love to see one
Yeah,
and at least pluck one string,
and it
because
has that thing too with the aftertouch. You can actually with the key, which is kind of
can you?
cool.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
So when it comes to synth guitars, did you notice anything at all in them?
No, I mean, like again, some of the guitar area because it's so vast and so
Yeah,
crowded and so noisy,
and
and
so
most of it
samey.
is a blur. Yeah,
Yeah.
you get like bright colors. Like I know Dave's in the chat. His favorite was the one with the mannequins and the pink mannequins with the wings on them, and they always have these like it's the most elaborate, wacky looking display with lots of hot pink everywhere.
Wait, was that the guitars that came with LED color change in fronts?
That's one of the ones they have now. The guy did a demo of that in the front, and
Hmm.
it's just super loud, in your face, like
Yeah,
here we
it
are,
showed.
notice us, please notice us, right, kind of thing.
Guitar players,
And
huh?
and it's a popular booth,
Yeah,
but I always chuckle when I walk by it because it's like some pop art nonsense, like
yeah,
something Andy Warhol would do
yeah.
with mannequins and bright
So,
colors and stuff.
excuse me, I got diverted. What I was trying to get to with the luthiers changing the sound hole is there is still aspects of the guitar that are that luthiers disagree on the physics of it, and they're trying to improve the physics of it
Well, same as
because
bass ports on speakers, right?
yeah, same
Custom
thing.
speakers have bass ports in different
Yeah.
spots, and
Every time one manufacturer discovers that, oh, if I change this physical parameter, or I move this way, or I point it the other direction,
yeah,
the result I get is different. And different in audio means I can sell it, because everybody's looking for the new thing, best thing. So the same thing with redesigns, as in, I remember one of the past shows we came to explain that actually on an acoustic guitar, anything with hollow body and usually metal or gut or nylon strings or any sort of, with a resonant box, the hole you see is not actually the audio coming out. The hole you see is a venting port to
yeah.
allow for the rest of the plank of wood where the strings hook to the bridge to become the diaphragm of the amplifier,
Yeah.
and the sound hole becomes the airport to
Yeah.
allow it, so it doesn't get the sound doesn't get squashed and it can
So
project
muffled.
forward.
Yeah. Right.
So with that in mind, and with playing on stage, on loud stages in mind,
Yeah.
is why people like Ovation started moving the sound hole to the upper corner, or
Right.
making the one big
Oh,
hole.
they're doing it too.
Another trend that got a little traction is putting the sound hole not on the front of the guitar, which is what you would call the top, but on the rim, and more important, on the rim that is facing the player,
Yeah.
because the timbre, the sustain, and the detail that the player behind the body of the guitar is hearing is not the same that the people in the audience is hearing. So to give the player an equal opportunity to hear to the same expression that goes forward, that's why they started experimenting with sound holes facing the player,
Yeah.
etc., etc. Bigger bodies, different body materials. I think you bumped into one of them. It was a very, very. Didn't you find one with a body made of stone?
Probably there were so many weird ones there. There were just like hybrid stuff, lots of weird colors, lots of mixed materials, just yeah, all kinds of stuff you can think of. Some are
Because
really really out there, and some are
yeah,
just like eh. It's a slightly different version of a normal guitar with different wood, different sound. One had like Swiss cheese sound holes all over it, and it was a little odd. Yeah, it's just weird.
plus on guitar design, uh, first of all, there's a big division between acoustic guitars and electric guitars.
Yeah,
What the things you can do on each field are many times opposites. What you can do on an electric, you
it
can't
just
do on an
you reminded
acoustic.
me. There's a guy. I was in junior high,
Hmm.
and I think I was talking to some guy about Def Leppard. Pyromania was new at the time,
Hmm.
and he this guy loved Jimi Hendrix, and
Hmm.
he went off about Jimi Hendrix, and it's just dopey Hawaiian guy who's a
Hmm.
nice guy,
Hmm.
but it just said a lot of stupid shit a lot,
Okay.
and one of the ones he was saying goes oh man, that Jimi Hendrix man, he's done stuff that physicists can't even understand. How he get how he can get those strings to keep moving like that, and he's not touching them. And he just went on and on. And went, oh my god, it's so funny how I remembered that. But it's just he just talk about a guy talking out of school, right? Just
Yeah.
talking out of his ass. I mean, clearly a fan, liked the music. It's great music, but he's not doing anything magical there. He's not doing anything the physicists can't understand. But this guy was convinced. He's like, magic.
Do I need to explain? I assume I
Well,
don't.
no, but it was just great that and then when he would do like at Monterey Pop, when he lit
Hmm.
his guitar on fire, and he's
Yeah.
doing this kind of like
Yeah.
conjuring movements and stuff. Maybe he thought, oh, he's actually doing some of the guitar with his hands wirelessly. I don't know
Yes,
what he was
he's
thinking.
burning the string and breaking them.
Yeah. But it made it look like he was like, oh, he's actually making the strings play with his mind and his hands and
But
telekinesis and
but once again, just open a little bit your mind. The guitar market, like every other musical
that's full of
instrument,
shit. Yeah, there's like
okay, I wouldn't go that far.
well, there's a lot.
I don't want the
Marketing in any field is
no.
pretty
I
bad,
mean,
right?
theoretically, you're talking to artists, you're talking to musicians.
Right.
The fact
Feelings.
the fact that the synthesizer world is populated with scientific prone or scientific centric brains,
Well, it's more tech oriented because of the look and feel and some of the sounds and
and because
you
there's a
know,
steeper electronic and technological
like you see a D50 when it
curve.
came in, and went, holy shit, what is that?
Yeah,
You know,
but it's a different point of view because it's a different type of audience of public.
yeah.
Guitar players, or just musicians, they don't need. In fact, they shouldn't need to know physics, electronics, and real from mambo jumbo.
Yeah. In fact, if you look at the Roland D50 logo, the D50, that font,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
also look at like the DX1, DX5, DX7
Are
Yamaha
they?
look. It's sci-fi. It's very sci-fi.
Oh yeah, yeah. They wanted to promote
Yeah.
future.
Of
This is
course.
the
Yeah.
future.
Yeah.
This is the space age.
So that marketing worked. Yeah.
Every marketing work because every marketing
Mm,
is conscious of the market they're
not
getting
always.
trying
Sometimes
to.
they're like tone deaf. They're like, what the hell are these guys thinking? By the way, speaking of tone, someone did mention 12 string in the thing, so I had to bring
Uh-huh.
up my not tuned, but it does sound beautiful when it's tuned. Got that chorusing.
Is that an actual ovation?
No, this is a applause.
That is an ovation.
Is it? Oh, okay, it's got the plastic thingy. I got
That is.
this. I got a really good deal on this because it's slightly cracked
Hmm.
on, I think, on the back plastic a little bit. So I
Okay.
got it really, really cheap, but it still sounds great.
No, it does. With the crack on that box on the fiber box, I think you lose little to nothing. And
For me, I
applause.
lose nothing because I'm such a beginner still with guitar. It
Exactly.
doesn't fucking matter. But these tones, I mean, the
Applause is the
amazing.
how do you call it? The import division of ovation. When they finally probably because somebody bought the brand, the IP, and they
Well, it's a
decided,
terrible
okay,
name, by the way, and the font is
this
also
one,
cheesy. The applause font. So I don't,
because they're offshore. They're made, I think, in Korea. They were
oh,
made in Korea. Or the turnaround, it should say on the sticker where is it made. But basically, it's all the Ovation and slash Adamas technology from the 70s, just licensed to be made to the cheapest quality of side and become an import. But it's related, and the patents. That's why they can afford to use the exact large shape. They use the same bracing.
yeah.
Does your one have the hole on the back? It should have, because Ovations have a very big hole screwed in. No, yours doesn't. Yours is a single piece. Ovations have a port, a very big port, that allows to get
See,
inside the box.
see the cheesy font here.
I've seen
Applause.
worse. And that headstock is one of the highest models. I've seen way simpler. And
It's
and
very nice
that
though. It
port
sounds great.
and that port is basically for repairs and to tune. I think you can tune the tilt of the neck a little bit, and also to get access to the electronics in case you need to repair the pickups or the preamp
Yeah, when
from
I first
the.
got it, I could play the opening to "Wish You Were Here" on the 12 string. It
Dun,
sounds
dun,
great.
dun, dun,
Yeah,
dun.
it sounds really good on here.
Ah, it does the trick. It's really
You got
cool.
that hammer-on pull-off for the
Dun, dun,
part.
dun,
Yeah.
dun. So I did a little bit of research about NAMM. Apart from the Mary's synthesizer in a pedal, the only thing really relevant for us that I learned about. Let me do this, boop, and do this. Look what the cat brought in.
Oh, I probably walked right by that. I didn't see that.
That is
Because
totally possible.
Roland Boss was there this year. It was kind of cool to see them back.
It's totally possible because that thing is stupidly tiny.
Yeah.
It's not pocket size. Okay, let's say this is. Think about, a Boss compact pedal,
Oh yeah.
2 pedals and a half.
Yeah.
That's the
Look,
size of this
looks
thing.
like it. Yeah.
It's really, really tiny. But coincidentally, is the same size. Is the same size as the GM 800. So now they have the synthesizer, the vintage analogs or virtual analog synthesizer, and now all the custom side of the GR55.
But it still really tracks mono, right? It's not meant for chords and stuff.
What, the VG?
This one here.
Oh, my dear friend. This is a GK, this is a GK5 ready system.
It is GK. Okay, right. Because
Because
all the audio cable ones really don't do chords properly, right?
the audio cables is the SY series. The GM is GK5
Yeah.
and the VG is GK5.
Okay.
Is the new generation, which is basically, to me, it's kind of stupid. It's a waste of electronics, because the only difference with GK5 and GK3 is that GK5 translates the voltage of the pickup, which is virtually the same pickup, into digital audio before sending it down to the unit.
No.
That's why they can do it. The connector is just a TRS quarter
see.
inch.
Okay. Right.
Because, but that to me is still silly, because you're still sending, although it's digital, therefore it's faster and less degradation due to cable interferences, stomping on the cable, whatever you call it, because that's a known issue of the 13-pin cable. Whenever you are stomped one too many times into it, it will start triggering the synthesizer when you stomp on it. So the cable itself will generate a voltage enough for the unit to say, "Oh, this is a note, let's play it."
Right.
Right? And that's the time when you need to spend another £40 to buy a Roland cable.
Yeah.
And But 5, what the only thing it does is change the analog voltage into digital signal to send down the unit that still needs to take that digital signal, translate it to MIDI, and in the case of the GM800, trigger the virtual analog synthesizer inside. Wait, no, GM800 is virtual analog and, as in real virtual analog, which is kind of the half of the custom side of 55.
I wonder why they
And
didn't make a Cat5 adapter for. Could you make a? I wonder if you could make a Cat5 cable work on the GK
what for?
to replace the expensive cable.
No. Then, well, first of all, whatever you buy from Roland brand is expensive.
No, I know,
Okay?
but I mean,
But the cable itself, the people from the forums, the people from the community, I have already experimented. The cable itself is kind of a Cat5 cable.
Yeah, right.
It's with the only difference that is, instead of being, I think Cat5 is 2 twisted pairs or 4 twisted pairs.
It's up to 8 conductors if you use all of them. So
Okay. This one is only 4.
yeah,
I think it's tip ring and sleeve, and probably shield on top of everything.
yeah,
A second shield to the chassis, probably. So they've tried a standard TRS balanced guitar cable or audio cables. They work. It sent this down. Nobody has claimed, oh, no, you need to use the Roland one. No, everybody says the opposite. Buy the cheapest variation because the cable makes no bloody difference.
Yeah.
Since it's already digital, what is sending down either gets there or don't. But they're still having to go through the process to go into MIDI to codify and trigger the engine in GM800, which is, as I said, virtual analog and Rompler, although I think they claim it's a higher generation than the one in 55. I haven't tested. I still don't know. But and now this VG is basically, remember, I think you had one of the B units or B99, or did you?
no, I want to get a VG99 because it has a D beam.
Okay. So
I have a GR1.
okay. Oh, you have a GR1. Good.
Yeah.
So I haven't read the manual because until you do read the manual, you don't know exactly what are they giving you in any Roland product, because the blurb is so vague and so shallow. It's almost a joke in 2025.
Right.
So, but what I've collected, information I've collected through demos and videos, and the information I've come across, basically this is the VG99, the GR1. Yeah.
Look at that futuristic font there. Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, and the buttons. Are they plastic or rubber?
They're rubbery.
Rubbery.
And look at all the ports on the back. I mean, this thing has got a shitload of stuff on it.
Well, you got the 3 MIDIs. No,
Great.
sorry, you have 2 MIDIs.
Yeah, that's great.
The 13 pin. You should have a stereo out, a guitar out, and I don't know what else.
It's cool. Yeah, it's nice.
So, as I was saying, it's basically the V99 just branded Boss. I don't think they changed much. They might have changed 1 or 2 extra parameters here and there, but the things it does do is exactly what the V99 does.
But there's no D-beam.
There's no D-beam. It's tiny because it's designed to get both the GM, basically the GM800 and the VG800 post stuck on a pedal board touching each other is smaller than the GR55. Not by much. I think it's a quarter inch or something smaller, but it's still smaller and shallower because none of them have expression pedals, because they're designed to go on a very higher, bigger, more complex pedal board. Hopefully for them, with all the new downsized, although extremely powerful Boss units that do, each one of them is a whole multi-effect unit. Basically the 200 series and the 500 series is like buying each one of them is, although they're following the Strymon trend, their mono job. One of them does one job. They're so complex, and they pack so much in it that it's almost a full multi-effects on each one of them. But the 200s are just so ever so slightly bigger than a compact box pedal. Is the boss world now.
Yeah.
So that's the future. It needs a GK5, and obviously one of the selling points they did with the GK5 is that because it's a, how they call it, serial bus connection, the TRS connection. I think they call it serial bus or parallel bus connection. You can link it with a TRS patch cable. So you can get both units, get the guitar into one, and the same information would jump into the other. Go figure. But if you want to integrate any of those units, any GK5 design units with any of the previous ones, including the SY1000, you need to buy an extra box to translate from TRS to 13-pin cable. Which is, to me, moronic, because what you're doing is pickup is voltage, goes into GK5, it's binary, goes down into the box and gets translated back into voltage, divided into 6 channels, and then whatever unit you have behind that box needs to deal with the technically not degraded voltage translation of the digital signal.
Yeah, the translation always seems like an extra step. Don't add the step.
And on top of that, that 13-pin unit will have then to translate to MIDI and then to sound. It's basically, to me, is a joke. It's telling the whole 13-pin community, F off, we don't give a rat's ass about you.
Yeah.
We don't care about you anymore. You're the past. This is the future. Come and buy everything back again.
Well, they also do that with the SY, right? So they just...
No. The SY is 13-pin compatible.
It is? I thought it was audio only.
No, wait. SY line is the 1, the 200,
Yeah.
the 300, I think,
So you can do audio or 13.
the 300, and the 1000.
Yeah.
1, 200, and 300, I think they're audio only. They're voltage only. Monophonic pickup. 1000 is both.
Okay, so if you go to the top one, you can go back in time. Okay.
Not only you could, when the minute on the blurb on the advert of the SY1000, they put on as big as they managed themselves to get around that, please buy a 13-pin pickup, a divided pickup, to get the maximum
Value out of it.
Because the 1000 also came with a custom division to do alternate tunings and double stringing and analog synthesizer.
So with that in mind, what does the 1000 do that the 55 doesn't do?
Let me remember.
Why would you get a 55 if the 1000's available?
You won't, because
it covers
55 is the end of the Roland era.
No, I know, but it covers the same amount of ground.
And 55 is centered around ish Rompler engines.
Okay.
In a nutshell, it's oversimplificating.
Oh, okay, so it's less synthy, more Rompler.
And SY is more synthy, including organ synthesizer-like,
Right.
as in Electone-like, not Hammond-like, right?
Okay, so if you want the Rompler stuff, you can still go with the older one. Otherwise, just get a 1000.
And that's why the first GK5 unit they launch, GM800, is back to be a 55, is Rompler based. Because the biggest flag that SY1000 got when released is, hey, but where's the pianos? Where's the organs? Where's the saxophone? Boss replied, yeah, they're there. They're synthetic. They're custom based. They're instant, no latency. And
I said, we want our latency back.
through a
Give it back
quarter
to
inch,
us.
and through a quarter inch, they're polyphonic. You don't need the divided,
Yeah.
because everything was in the market at to this point was the 300. The
But the
one, the two.
polyphonic is still iffy, right?
Is not iffy, strikes fine, but the sound of it, at least the one I tested, I think I tested 200 and 301, although very quickly, not a deep comparison, it behaves almost paraphonic.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm playing 6 notes on my guitar. It's like it's reading the chord and generating artificial harmonics that sound like the chord I'm playing. But they all like trigger at the same time, decay at the same time, and they don't sound independent. It's like when you play a chord on a home organ.
Right.
They don't sound like 6 pipes. It sounds like a chord with 6 voices
And because
coming
you're
from the same
strumming,
point.
you're supposed to hear an offset. Yeah. So,
That's one.
yeah.
Although that is kind of there, it's more like, yes, you're opening the VCA, but the filter is already following the first note. That kind of weird paraphony that they don't really sound like cling, 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 cling.
Right.
It's more like
Yeah.
opening.
People have like a guitar patch and they go, listen, and they play it like a piano. It's like,
Yeah. It sounded weird from the quarter inch. And then 1000 begging the users to buy the divided, probably because they wanted to liquidate all the excess divided they had. Because JK5 took by surprise everybody. Nobody that was able to talk out loud was expecting that they would basically chop off the past is past, out with the old, in with the new, and tough titty if you don't want to do the jump with us. I felt, personally, I feel really betrayed when that happened.
And VG99 and the GR55, there's crossover with certain things, but the acoustic stuff is still better on the 99, right?
No. Okay. Better is relative. Okay.
Well, I mean, that was the target, right? What was the target
No.
of the VG99?
99 V99, because VG is the boss one. The Roland one, V99,
Oh, okay.
was released before 55. But because they were sharing the shop floors at the same time, the way to not cannibalize each other's sales, the amount of parameters you can control in 55 in the custom block is smaller. You have less editing control on 55 than you have in 99. Technically,
But they're
the
both
things.
Rompler sounds.
No. Once again, the V division doesn't use synthesis at all.
Oh,
Okay, the V division uses custom,
okay.
composite object,
Sound modeling.
sound modulation, I think, yes.
Modulation.
No, sorry, sound modeling, yes. Right? It's DSP, it's changing the sound that it gets. It does not generate sound. Okay? That's the V technology.
It's kind of like what the ATV A-frame is doing. It's taking the input sounds and generating crazy shit out of that. So
No, that's triggering.
no, it's actually taking the sounds though, because I'm actually taking a contact mic and some other stuff and actually augmenting that with
But
DSP.
can you hear the sound of the skin?
Yeah, if you want to,
Then-
you can. Yeah,
Then it is. So a better explanation is custom is works the same on the same fashion as a distortion pedal would work. You plug your guitar on the pedal, you plug the pedal on the amplification, you turn on the pedal, but if you don't play the strings,
it's not generating anything. Yeah.
And when you play the strings, what you hear is the signal of the guitar transformed by circuits
Right.
to sound different. But the attack is the same, the envelope is the same, the dynamics are mostly the same, very relative. That is the V technology and the custom engine. Okay? 55 has a custom engine, two Rumpler engines, and also based on custom effects and amplifiers that you can assign to the real sound of the guitar. But custom got so complex, so elaborate, so powerful that it can change the sound of the guitar so much that it can give you a simile of an analog synthesizer.
What's the equivalent to Cosm that Korg uses, like in Pandora's Box? What's that?
Rams.
Called? Rems. Okay.
If you open your messenger, I send you an article with what the letters is there. Or let me try to reach it.
Yeah, I haven't used my Pandora's Box in a while, but when I first got it, it was fun. I had this little. Do you remember those little mini guitars they made for a while that were replicas of like a Sunburst and a Stratocaster and stuff like that, and they were
Sorry,
like
come
half
again.
size.
Come again.
These little mini guitars they made for a while. They're like half size guitars.
Who made them?
I mean, let me get. I have one over here. Let me get it out.
Because
Anyway, I had a guy add better strings and add better tuning machines to it at Guitar Center, and it's a killer little travel guitar. In lieu of getting the one that's like a frame, it's like it's a neck without a headstock. It terminates in just the bridge or the nut. Sorry, the nut, but it doesn't have the tuning machines up top. They're at the bottom. And there's this open frame thing, and they're portable guitars. I forgot who makes those. Those are fairly common for a while, but this one, hold on, let me put my headphones down just for a second here.
Okay, give me. So much noises. Sorry, guys, for the noises.
So when I first started going on business trips for work, and I was in Connecticut and New York and New Jersey and stuff like that, and I went to a Guitar Center out there, and I said, "Ooh, what's this little thing?" And it was a guitar I could actually take on the plane, and while I'm sitting in my seat, I could actually put headphones in and practice it. But it was the initial build was kind of shitty. The tuning machines kept going out. The strings were really thin and wimpy. But look how cute this thing is. But look, it has a decent neck. It's like a Gibson neck.
Yeah, it's an Epiphone.
With the replaced tuning machines. These are proper tuning machines now, compared to what it came with, some really shitty ones, and proper strings. And it's solid body. It's got a little sunburst.
Yeah.
And then you just it plays pretty well. I mean, obviously the frets are much closer together, so it's a little harder to play.
The scale is smaller.
But when you do it right, it's way out of tune now. But it's got the tone when you plug it in. So this with the Pandora's Box and headphones on the plane was fucking awesome.
Yeah, I believe you. Totally.
But it only has the one knob. It's reduced. Everything's reduced on it. One knob, one jack.
It's a travel guitar.
Yeah, but it's solid, and it looks cool, and it's cute, and it's been updated, so it actually works pretty well. So I haven't used it for a while, but came with a little travel bag and a little plastic amp with some basic effects on it, but I replaced that with a better speaker.
I'm not sure you have enough room, but you still can use that amplifier you just bought, the one that attaches to the guitar.
It would be pretty heavy on the one end.
Yeah, but that's what the strap is for.
Well, it's possible, but I wouldn't do that. I'd leave
Okay.
it with the other guitar that I already have that I'm
So
going to put the
since
pickup on.
you asked, Korg, their technology patent or the commercial name they gave to their version of modeling is called REMS. It stands for Resonant Electronic Modeling System.
Okay.
Technology used by Core to create digital models of sounds. REMs used in many, of course, effects processors and instruments. Digitally recreates the factors that influence a sound, such as the instrument's body, sound field, and the microphone's response. And this same technology is the one that they applied when they decided to release, well, for anybody who comes new and never heard this before, Korg Japan or Korg Corporation owns the IP and the brand of Vox amplifiers from England, the ones that the Beatles used to use. And one of the first united collaborations or technologies they released under the brand Vox was an emulation unit trying to compete with the Line 6 pod called Tone Lab. Blue box with a little
Yeah, I remember Tone
window,
Lab. Yeah.
with a little vacuum tube inside,
Yeah.
just to prove that they were closer to a tube amplifier than anybody else, including Line 6 was. Their models, to me, at least to the units that had to coexist in the shop, the ones that were launched coincidentally or once against each other, I liked the Korg versions more than the Boss versions of the models.
Yeah.
None of them were still close enough to a real amplifier to be.
Yeah.
But and by none of them, I mean none of them released in the 90s and the noughties. Nowadays, ever since the Fractal XFX, they started to get really, really close, and each new iterations gets closer and closer. After the XFX, the Fractal XFX became the Kemper Profiler, which is a different beast to do the same job and allow you to do on your own the same job. When those two is, kind of plateaued on the tech, Yamaha, who bought the Line 6 IP, and technology, and most of their development team released the Helix, which was another step further above. Then XFS came back with the version Mark IIs and Mark IIIs. Kemper, I don't think he has changed his technology ever since the Mark I. He's just changing the format.
Sure.
And
wait, before I
after,
forget, here's a
yeah.
little speaker that came with a little Epiphone speaker. And it had these
Battery?
basic controls: gain, high, low, gain, drive, and volume. And it had a clip on the back and a little pop-out stand, so you could put it on a table or something like that. And so you could clip it on your belt or your pocket and busk with it.
Jeez, no,
I even had
trust me.
I even put a capo in
You're
here.
not gonna busk with that.
Well, people would. A glass slide, because I was messing around with the slide stuff. And then
I
you got
mean,
a tuning fork in here. So
there's not enough power for anybody beyond 2 meters,
you'd be
6 feet
surprised. This
away.
thing got pretty loud.
Yeah, but it's teeny and it's distorted. I mean, yeah.
But that's the point. You know, lo-fi. It's lo-fi. Isn't lo-fi all the
Wow.
trend these days?
Wow. Yeah. Well,
With
lo-fi
all the
implies
cool
that
kids like the lo-fi.
that you have control over the crappitude of the sound. You have no control on that one, mate. That is what it is.
I think that was the whole point, though.
Nah, not really. The point is to give you a gimmick on a pack that you can give to your niece or your grandchildren.
But when that guy fixed it, it's a proper guitar now. I mean, with it
No,
holds tune.
sure.
The strings
Yes,
are good.
Yes.
and the
But
pickups are whatever they are, and it's just
exactly, the pickup is whatever, and that amplifier makes the poor quality of the pickup even worse.
But if I plugged it in and didn't show you the guitar, and
Hmm.
I could actually play with the damn, I bet you couldn't tell it was a little tiny guitar.
Probably not. Yeah,
Yeah,
more certainly not.
that was the
Unless
point.
I could probably tell you it's entry level
Oh,
guitar
sure.
by
Well,
hearing it.
everything other than the stuff that was stolen, everything I'm going to have is guitar wise is entry level
Yeah, yeah. But
because I don't really play
I
much. So
not to be disparaging, but there's a certain quality that only comes through money, not because it's very expensive to achieve. It's
well, I mean,
because the
look at
marketers,
Casio. Yeah, same with Casio and everything else. So
it's like the marketers know how to price the products basically.
yeah,
So yeah, VG800 is basically the V99, just rehoused, smaller, bigger screen, no D-beam,
see, no
and
DB.
GK5 ready.
Terrible.
Terrible, I know.
Another funny thing I found is have you ever used a jaw harp? This is a really cool one I got on eBay.
Oh yeah.
It's called a Varga jaw harp. It's a different brand than the typical type you find. Really
Hmm.
well made, and it doesn't. A lot of them will buzz a lot, though it clangy and buzz. They don't
Hmm.
sound very good. But this one, I don't know if it comes over this microphone. It sounds really good, actually. Let's see if I can do this without fucking it up.
So you're meant to pull, right? It's coming very quiet, but it's coming. It's coming
Put the
through.
microphone closer. You can also breathe through it and do like a vocodery thing with it. Uh,
Okay.
So yeah, it's fun. Welcome to Six Oscillators. That's what I said. Did you hear that?
No, sorry.
The mic's in the way. If I didn't have it and I just went up to a mic, I would have a little more control of it because this is in the way of
Probably.
the mouth.
So
It
I always wonder if you pressed on the tongue on the metal bar or you pull it out.
either way, but it's better when you have it out, so it's away from your skin, away from your
Okay.
mouth, and pull it that way, or you could either way. But you want the tab to be out. But one of the things it actually sounds better if you put the metal against your teeth, open your mouth fully,
And
and
you
then you get the
use
best
the
tone because
jaw as a resonant.
it's further in your mouth, so the
Hmm.
chamber works better. Let's see if I can do that.
Gets louder, way louder. That's cool.
So the very Wild Western kind of shit, right? They always do the little
Yeah.
jaw harp in the Wild West movies. But if you don't have this in the way and you practice a little bit, you can do the mouth shapes and actually do a vocodery thing with it.
I dare you to use it on Hardware Jam.
I would sample it. I wouldn't do it live because you
No,
can really
obviously
screw
not
it up.
live,
Yeah,
but
I
use the
would.
sound.
Yeah. Because I've also done it with a harmonica. You can do a vocoder with a harmonica as well.
No, I mean, even if it's not the vocoder, just the sound, the bang.
Oh yeah. If there's any kind of challenge that wants an old timey,
Even if
kind
it's
of.
not, I dare you.
Oh, yeah. I'm not afraid to do it. I've done some. If you heard, I've done some wild shit on there just because, right? I mean, we had a water challenge, and I sampled water drips in my bathroom sink, and made a rhythm out of that. So
That's a very good one. I
yeah,
heard that done before. It's really cool.
and I have
Oops, sorry.
it's still in the
Sorry.
queue. I haven't used it yet, but I have all the parrot sounds I recorded at the zoo many years ago. In my Tenorian, it's like a parrot beatbox. I can do parrot drum machine. So one of these days I'll make something with that too. Got to keep it interesting.
It's always interesting. Oh, look at that. We've gone we've gone over the length of the show.
Really? Yeah.
Well, it's 1 o'clock.
Oh,
I
yeah.
started on time, so
There you go. Yeah, NAMM wise though, I mean, it's like I said, the guitar stuff is pretty wild. There are lots of fun things there that, again, I streamed the whole damn thing, so you guys can See, look
I
for what you want to find if you can sit through the whole thing. Because I
uh,
forgot a majority of it so many months ago now. I forgot, or at least it's over a month and a half ago, right? So I already forgot a lot of shit that I saw, but it was a lot of fun.
hmm
My one of my highlights was actually not just hanging out with Dina in the ARP Foundation booth and all the people there, but meeting Alan Howarth and talking to him for about half an hour. He even gave me
uh,
he gave me his business card. Even I mean, why would he
remind
give you
me.
Alan Howarth? John Carpenter's music is nothing without Alan Howarth.
So he was
So
the
he did
guy.
Halloween and Assault on Precinct 13 by himself.
Uh-huh.
Howarth came in later. Halloween 2, Halloween 3,
Uh-huh.
Escape from New York, The Fog,
Uh-huh.
all that shit. It's Alan Howarth.
Okay.
So he's the synth guy behind John Carpenter. John Carpenter doesn't know shit about technology.
You put a little bit of that person's speech on your channel, didn't you?
He well he's in the stream. Yeah, he's in. I'm hanging out at the art booth and he comes by. I was chatting with
Uh-huh.
him for a bit and then I just let it running while I was talking to some other people. But I talked to him even more when the battery died and just a super nice guy. I tried to meet him at Synthplex a couple years ago
Mm-hmm.
in Burbank, and I missed him by
Mm-hmm.
like a few minutes. So just one of those guys, like like they say, don't meet your heroes. Well, when they're like this guy or Dave Smith or whatever, definitely meet your heroes because some of these guys are awesome, right?
I mean,
They're humble. Their body of work is really good. They're
it's
very nice.
it's always good to understand that there's always a line between the artist and the person, and you might love the artist and dislike the person because, amazingly enough, a lot of very despicable people do amazing art.
Well, some are just narcissistic douchebags. So
Exactly. That's what I mean. That's
but
what I mean.
but
Oh, they
not
get they become one on their path to
over
fame.
time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And at least if they're really that good, they
Hmm.
have a bit of an excuse. These
Kind of.
narcissistic people who are losers. I mean, give me a
Oh yeah,
break.
yeah.
What are they? What are their laurels? Right? What are they? What are
What
they
have you done?
exactly?
So,
So
the do you have any stories from the Alan Perlman booth?
no, I mean so the guy who is a tech who does a lot of stuff with Stevie Wonder and others. I totally forgot his name. He had wild hair, but he's like a tech that can play. So like he came by to pick up the Art Pro soloist that was there,
Mm,
and I did a little video with Metley because he was playing around with it. I said, "Hey, show me this thing. I don't know much about the Pro soloist," and he
mm.
did a nice little demo showing how fucking expressive that thing is. I was amazed for something from 1973 or whatever it is, how goddamn expressive it was with with aftertouch and
Hmm.
all kinds of other little settings and modulation tweaks with the matrix they have there. And
Is that the one I think I've heard? I might be confusing machines. That if not the first one of the first ones given velocity in a synthesizer.
I think velocity and aftertouch. That was so amazing about it. It's so expressive. I mean, it may not be the widest palette of sounds,
It's not a
but
CS80,
if you're doing
but
a lead stuff and you want
yeah.
different tones and you want all that expression you get out of I mean, out of an Osmos or a Seaboard or something like that,
Hmm.
it kind of did it back then.
Hmm.
Not quite as much, but it's there. And I had no idea. I was just in the dark about that one the whole time. I know I actually have the
Me
Cherry
neither.
Audio version of it, but I haven't played with it much.
Me neither.
So
And I'm still wondering how, if they did, how they manage to pull velocity sensitivity out of an analog voltage synthesizer before digital control over the synthesizer. Because to me, the way velocity works is basically a double sensor that senses when the key is moved and senses when the key is down, and then measures that
the
difference.
time, yeah.
That's how I understand it. But that to me is a clock, is a digital process kind
Yeah.
of. So
Well,
I never knew when they started, which was the unit that claimed, oh, we were the first ones who invented the way to
yeah, I haven't
apply
read
it to
about it
an analog.
since that demo, but I was blown away by that little demo.
Hmm.
And then so this guy came by to pick up uh, His that
Hmm.
was his unit that we're all playing on,
Hmm.
and I think it actually belonged to either belonged to him. Excuse me, belonged to him or belonged to Stevie Wonder, and he was picking it up for him. I forgot. Stevie
Hmm.
did come by the booth when I wasn't there. I was out on a walkabout.
Oh.
But he's always there every year. You see him. I saw him every single year except for this year. Um,
Mr. Wonder's kind of the mascot of NAMM.
he is, and you
If it
can't miss him because there's always an entourage, obviously, following him around. So you just look for the crowd, and ooh, there he is.
and
And
by the way, he's not. I mean, what is he pushing? 70, 70 something, 80 something.
he's up there. Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but yeah, he's still he's still going. And every time he comes, he'll come play. Like he's playing at the Fender
Hmm.
Rhodes booth, or he's playing at the couple of these kind of electroacoustic piano and organy type companies in the area around there. I forgot some of the names of them, but he'll go and
Well,
like go to different ones and play.
Wagyu, I hope you don't mind I share this because I can't believe this.
Yeah, yeah, he just well he gets verbal cues. So
What?
left, right, up, down. A little more to the.
Really? Jesus Christ.
It's like the scene in Scent of a Woman where Al Pacino's being told where to drive.
Yeah, to
Yeah,
drive up. What was that? A Maserati? A Ferrari?
something like that. Yeah, yeah. But
Just indications? Just by sorry.
so he's always there.
Mm,
And you see plenty of other people. I mean,
yeah,
Brian
sad.
Kehoe is always there. Dr. Synth comes by. I'm sorry, Dr. Synth. Um, the um,
You
the,
saw
the Italian guy. What's the Italian guy?
oh,
Dr.
I don't know.
Mix. Dr. Mix. Um,
Huh?
Dr. Mix,
Dr.
the
Mix is
Italian guy.
Italian.
Yeah, I
Okay.
forgot his first name, but I met him last year. He's a nice guy. And so he's always
Well,
there hanging out. Drew Schlesinger's always there hanging out, Mr. Sound Designer.
wait,
Um,
Dr. Mix is LA based? No, he's
no,
in
no, he
London.
visits. He's visiting.
Okay. He's London based.
No,
That's what the
he's
channel
in
says.
Italy. I thought he was in Italy.
No, no, he's in London.
Oh, is he? Oh,
All
okay.
all the progress of the new studio, all the
Oh,
new
okay.
is the I believe that's in London.
Okay. Because he had some Italian guys working with him. I figured it was all
Yeah,
Italy.
yeah.
Who,
But
who knew? So.
you have any idea the amount of nationalities in this country?
Oh, I believe
All
it. Same
all
here
the
too. I mean,
all
we have plenty
the
of people here. So.
uh, I still don't think I found any country in Europe that doesn't have a community in England.
Put it this way: when I used to walk around my old laser company I worked at,
Hmm.
walking by all the offices, it was the United Nations. I heard almost every language walking through the hallways,
Hell yeah, yeah.
and it was
That
crazy. I
Silicon
mean,
Valley is
a
one of the
truly a truly international company.
meccas. If you want to
Yeah.
do it in IT, you need to go there.
Um,
If you want to make it.
but so yeah, that guy's Dr. Mix is there. Drew. Um,
Oh, don't get me wrong. With all the dear respect and all the love of my heart, but I feel a little pity or sympathy for the for Mr. Flux Pierce.
yeah, he's there, of course, because he's at the Hydrosynth booth. So
And my sympathy is because he has to work while everybody else is enjoying instead
he
of
gets a
being
break. I saw him around
sure.
here and there.
But
Yeah.
because I've done this job. I've been a representative of brands on conventions, and I know that if you're representing something that you actually love, and the rest of the convention is something interesting to you, it hurts the fact that I would love to go and see everything and test everything,
But he
but I
gets
have
a
to
free
stay there.
trip. He gets paid, right? It's his job. If you
Sure,
didn't have that,
yeah.
he wouldn't make that money. So I mean, it's okay. I mean, I mean,
As I said, a little
Allison
bit.
clearly didn't want to spend the whole time at the art booth either, but
Hmm.
she's there helping out. So,
Hmm.
people want to get around and see things. And
Yeah.
because it's so big, you really have to have a lot of time to see everything. That's why not only am I having fun just seeing things for myself, but I thought, why not
Hmm.
just share it with everybody and live stream it, and
Hmm.
anyone can see. You don't have to go.
And we thank you for
So
that.
yeah, and it's not like I'm some great guy or whatever. I'm just just doing it to
Just
be nice because it's fun to share things, and
exactly.
I like to go back and watch it. And also the stream comments are always hilarious, so I
Some
get
of them.
entertainment out of it. Yeah, so it's
So am I confused? Did they had an ARP axe in the booth?
They had an axe. They had two chroma, I think a chroma Polaris and another a regular chroma, I think.
That's another big unknown, the Polaris.
They had the Pro Soloist, which disappeared when the guy came by to get it.
Uh-huh.
They had the obviously the Odyssey, and the
Mm-hmm.
2600 brought in by some guy who owns it on the side.
I'm a little
And
jaded with the 2600 because in the time I've been in England, I've already seen, looked at 5 of them, so
oh
I'm a
yeah.
little jaded.
Well,
It's
plus
like, oh,
I really
they're
enjoyed the
everywhere.
Korg release when they had that at NAMM a couple years ago. That was really fun to play with that one.
I mean, I would kill my grandmother if she wasn't dead to get one, but I'm a little
Yeah.
jaded about that one. Although, if I get in the room with a 2500, I would shit my pants.
Yeah, no, it's it'd be nice to have one. I mean, I really enjoyed playing on the real one or the real recreation. But I also have the the Behringer one's okay. It's never going to sound just like the original, but it's considering I got it for like $420, I'm not
Okay,
complaining. So
sorry, which Behringer? You're talking about the
2600.
26?
Yeah.
Have you in the room 1-to-1 hear them together?
I have not, but people who have that are somewhat trusted have said that they're,
Okay,
you know,
hear me here, please.
decent enough.
One of the reasons why I made it my first and so far only analog synthesizer to buy with the little money I had. To me, I bought it brand new, so to me it was a big effort. But that's all I could go for.
Mine's brand new too. It's just on a killer sale. I mean, $420 brand new. It's fucking crazy.
No, I paid the full 600 quid
Yeah.
because I wanted the special filter and the special reverb. Which
Oh,
to me
you got
sounds.
one of the Blue Marvin, right?
I got the Blue Mark.
I heard the tank wasn't very big, so I said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna get the digital one. It's fine."
Okay,
I
humor me.
have
Just
reverb
listen.
tanks I can use. So
Just listen to me. The reasons why I went for that one, A, because faders. I get confused with
yeah.
knobs. So the Moog format confuses the fuck out of me.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
So faders, that's one. Second, blocks. Third, color coded, although the Behringer atrocity with the LEDs, let's not talk about that.
Christmas tree lights. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the second reason, the third reason to go for the Blue Marvin, because the Blue Marvin and the Gray Mini had monochrome LEDs.
Yes, but the one thing I'll say in the defense of the Christmas tree lights is they are color coded for the function.
I
So
know,
if you like the
but
color of the zones, it's
but
also in your LEDs.
but considering that, I choose not to go for the black Christmas color because there's more than one function with the same color.
True.
Because they only had 4 colors.
But in the original, all the caps were multicolor. Or there was
Because they
colored
had more.
caps.
They had more than 4 colors.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't go for the black one.
Yeah, they had
Right?
pink. They had a few different colors.
Green, red,
But
blue,
it's all right.
green.
I don't know. I'm not gonna nitpick about that.
So
It's okay.
no, it's not. It's not that the fact that to me it would be more confusing,
Yeah.
being that modulation is green and VCF is green as well.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna color code, let's color code. That's why I went
Well-
for the monochrome.
You can put acetate over each one and make it a whatever color you want.
Okay, I just
Buy
don't bother.
buy some
I-
colored gels.
Yeah,
Tape them on top of the thing, and there you go.
nail varnish, nail polish. So the reason why I went for the 2600 is because all the videos I'd watched so far, including videos getting the Behringer and the ARP in the same room, sounded very, very indistinguishable. And the people claim, oh, the difference is not worth the money, the price difference. That's why I bought it. The problem now is, since half 2024, or yeah, all through 2024, 2 years after I bought it, everything I'm hearing back online on YouTube is, oh, they don't sound anything like it. And I go like, wait a second. they sounded pretty much like it at the beginning, and now they don't sound anything like it. I, how can it be that extreme?
You just have to have someone do a proper A/B challenge if you really want to hear it.
But that's what I mean. The videos I
Yeah.
watched before were A/B. I have the
Oh,
Behringer
really? Oh, okay.
and the ARP
I
in the
didn't watch
same
too many
room.
of those. Yeah, I didn't.
I went for those, and
Yeah.
they sold it to me. I said, okay, it's close enough that you get a simile of the original. That not even if I get ramped over by a DHL truck and they pay me all the medical expenses times 10, I will ever be able to afford.
I look
So,
at it like so. Look at old Arturia before they redid all their plugins. Old Arturia didn't really sound like the stuff they're emulating because it was primitive um, engines to do it. Once they revamped all their engines,
hmm
now everyone's saying, "Oh, the new Arturia stuff sounds very close to the original stuff."
hmm
But I was still happy with the old plugins because it was still a crazy synth to play with, and I didn't
hmm
have a lot of those at my disposal to do a comparison anyway. So I didn't really care that they were maybe not quite as realistic. They were still really fun to play with. And that's really what it comes down to. If the Behringer doesn't sound that much like it, it's $400. Who gives a shit, right? It's fun.
yeah. On top of that,
Yeah,
how will I will ever know? I don't have access to a real one.
exactly. So just enjoy what it is. As long as it
Exactly.
doesn't sound horrible, it's fine. You know.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna blame my ignorance. Okay, I'm gonna blame my ignorance. I ended up a little bit underwhelmed. I expected way more than I got from it the little time I spent on it.
Yeah.
As in, I kind of expected, probably that's my ignorance and my confusion, I expected to get uh, Close Encounters of the Third Kind sound out of it, out of the Behringer one.
Yeah.
I never managed. I one session I did a couple
Yeah,
of
that was an
hours.
ARP 2500.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
well. First of all, it was an ARP, first major cliff
Yeah. Yeah.
difference. Okay. Then it was the 2500,
Right.
which was the real. We're gonna kill Moog with this
Yeah.
behemoth. So that's another cliff difference, another mountain to escalate of difference of results. But it's also I even went through the patch book from ARP, and I got underwhelmed. Obviously, I didn't put any effects on it, and probably that was my mistake because the
Oh, these
tank
things all
reverb.
need effects. Even a mini Moog needs effects.
See, ignorance. That's my ignorance.
Yeah. Yeah.
I I didn't understand that. I thought that the synthesizers sounded Vangelis awesome just by pressing the key. That's something I'm learning. No, you have to massage the sound
Right.
and the preamp you put it through and the reverb and
Because you're choosing an older style of synthesizer, you have to come at it a different way
exactly.
and know how to doctor it up to make it as good as those guys made it sound.
And to me, the biggest disappointment was actually the spring tank reverb. I have well, if you remember the upstairs studio where I have all the amplifiers,
You have guitar amps have better springs in them. Yeah.
but my guitar reverb tank is like 40 centimeters wide.
Hmm.
I don't know how many is that in inches. It's it's not a 19 inch
30 centimeters is a foot.
foot and a quarter.
Yeah.
So it's the biggest that amplifiers have ever put in them.
Yeah.
And because the compression of the tube amplifier and the way that the circuit is the reverb is blended with that guitar compressed amplifier, I can make it stupidly wet and
Hmm.
still sounds good, and
Yeah.
the guitar doesn't disappear. In the barb, the synth, the minute I put the reverb tank above 50%, the synth disappears. It's just trail. There's no note.
It's a
It's just
drone. Yeah,
trail.
it's just a drone.
It's a drone.
Yeah.
So anything you try to do rhythmically or arpeggio
Yeah, they probably
wise,
didn't dial it in right. It's just stupid. Yeah. That's why I didn't want to get it because I heard it wasn't as big and crazy as a reverb can be,
hmm
and because that's the only reverb you're gonna get, that's it. So I'd rather I'll just take the digital one. I have spring tanks external I can just use, like the one with the Coma Field kit, which
hmm
is fun. But also, Wagyu said the thing in the chat about the Arturia Origin. We love the Origin. It's a great old unit, and it has some of the older Arturia stuff in it, and it still sounds great.
hmm
So the fact that the software back then wasn't as accurate as the
hmm
newer Arturia stuff is doesn't
hmm
matter. It still sounds really cool. It's still a lot of fun to
oh
use.
sure,
But if you're a purist, like, oh, I want to sound like my old shit I had in the 70s, then you're going to go with the newer stuff that's more tuned in to be more accurate.
yeah,
But since I never played most of that shit, I just heard it in music, covered with other stuff. I
hmm
don't know what it sounds like in isolation. So I just
very
wanted
little
something that
people
sounds
does.
good and it's fun to play with. So it's okay.
No, sadly, this because I'm a little against it because I think it's the death of the music art. The new generations, the new pop, the new trends are so they're a little too focused on replicating the past.
Well, it's kind of good that they are when you think about it, because eventually a lot of that old shit is dead forever. Kent is always
Wait,
saying those equipment, those
no, no, I don't.
components are disappearing.
Good.
So the only way you're going to have it is now digital recreations.
No, no, I don't mean the hardware. I don't mean the manufacturers replicating the old hardware. That to me is awesome,
No,
and
but
it
the
should be
software
done.
trying to sound like the old hardware is the same thing.
But that's, no, I'm not talking about the tool you use. I'm
Yeah.
talking about the product you create with the
Oh,
tool.
yeah, sure.
The fact that they're trying to carbon copy the past. They're trying to be not inspired by. They try to be that person.
Well, look at all the music that comes out. It's all 80s retro. People aren't going forward with music. They're
Hence
just
my point.
recreating. Yeah.
And this trend of even the software replicas trying to get closer and closer to the original doesn't really help because
I'm
the
okay with
message
that, though.
because the message is sending is, oh, you need to be exactly like the original,
Well,
otherwise
no,
you won't succeed.
the problem is the average idiot who buys this stuff isn't going to be original anyway. So they're sheep. They're just going to follow the crowd anyway. So the whole point is you've always been able to take stuff off the rails if you want to.
I have a
Be
counter,
creative, plug things in differently, route things differently with guitar pedals.
but that's what
Don't
I
follow
mean.
everybody else.
But that's what I mean. I have a counter argument on that line. Due to inexperience, due to, like me, ignorance, due to whatever, many new styles, many new trends, many new artists with new things to say came from trying to replicate somebody and failing at it and
Yeah.
falling short or overshooting. And the difference created, in some cases, a whole new trend of music.
Yeah.
But no, the new kids now, 2010s on, they don't want to fail at replicating. They want to nail it replicating. They don't want any
Well,
difference, any
that's why I don't
deviation.
listen to the kids' new music.
Thank you.
I've already heard most of the stuff I want to hear from that time period, and so I just listen to
Many,
the
many
stuff I like.
times. Bought the
Yeah.
t-shirt, wear it off.
Yeah.
It's like, I come, I don't know you, but I come from a generation that was force fed on be yourself, be original, be different. That was the message that got bombarded to my psyche ever since I was 10 years old till I was 25 or 30. Be different. Doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter how good you are. As
Yeah,
long
but
as
at
you're
the same
different,
time, you do have to be marketable. So I understand why a
yeah,
lot of them want to
sure.
be follow the crowd to a certain extent because you got to make money if that's your fucking job.
But that's the inspiration. Get inspired. Sure, everybody did. Uh,
Yeah.
like that catch phrase says, good musicians borrow, great musicians steal. Have you ever heard this one?
Well, that's Picasso, great artist steal. It's a Picasso line.
And do you
And
understand what it means?
I get it, but at the same time, I don't necessarily, because that's going against the thing of being original too,
No,
right?
no. Was I don't think you're understanding what the
No,
phrase
I do
actually
understand what the
means.
phrase means. You stand on the shoulders of giants, just like Einstein said with physics. But you can also just do your own fucking path. You don't have to stand on the shoulders of
Once
giants.
again, I don't think you really get it. Good artists borrow means they take something that somebody else did and they use it as is,
Yeah.
as they took it. Great artists steal because they take something from somebody else and they change it enough so it becomes theirs.
Yeah, but what did Led Zeppelin do? They basically stole, but it was derivative.
It-
The blue stuff came right off
there's
those
no,
fucking guys.
it's impossible not to be derivative
I know,
when
but
you
I'm
have
just saying, I'm not knocking Led Zeppelin, but for years they
yeah,
didn't give any credit, which is illegal. They finally got busted for it. They had to pay
sure,
royalties to the
yeah,
families.
yeah,
So that's an example of stealing
yeah. Well,
and
now,
transforming it slightly, maybe, but still
yeah,
stealing and not giving credit where it's due. So why
that's
couldn't
not
they
what.
just go off and do their own path?
Yeah,
You
but
know,
that's not what the phrase is referring to.
it is and it isn't, right? Because
It's
they
not
think
a
you can hide it in your fucking music and get away with it. That's what
once
he's
again
saying. Picasso was
the
talking about that.
derivative is inevitable.
I know, but stealing and hiding it and not people don't notice, but still like it,
And
that's clever, but it's also stealing.
once again, depends how much you change it, how
True.
much you
Yeah.
evolve it, how
Well,
much
that's why the court
becomes
cases are
you.
always coming up from stuff like, oh, this is so many years old now, but we can still be, it's still actionable because we just discovered that you tried to steal this, even though it's been out for a while,
But
you
because
know?
it's the case of plagiarism, you're
Yeah,
actually using.
exactly. Yeah.
Then is the fine line that to me is failing now in American law of how much can you use from the original before becoming plagiarism.
Actually, so Wagyu says something, stereo heaven is not stealing. It isn't stealing in itself, but if you compare to a track that supposedly uh, Jimmy Page played within another band, and I forgot the
Hmm.
name of it, that sounds a lot like the intro to Stairway to Heaven. And I forgot the name of the
Sure.
band, but Jimmy Page was playing with them and
Hmm.
decided to lift that riff and put it in their stuff.
Hmm.
So it wasn't that. If you listen to lots of different music, you're bound to hear stealing. Like Eric Carmen, All by Myself, is a
Hmm.
Rachmaninoff piece,
Yeah,
and you can't get
but it's
busted for that because it's very old.
and it's very
So
short, and
doesn't
it's
matter though.
almost
He stole the riff,
indistinguishable.
but he stole the riff, which is what the law is
Yeah,
about.
but that's what I
Stealing the
mean.
riff.
Where is the line? How many notes is plagiarism? Where is the line in the sand?
Well, that's why the law keeps going. The lawyers are doing different things.
And to
Like
me,
the
the
Marvin
failing.
Gaye thing with uh, Robin Thicke. He took just enough to sound like Marvin Gaye, and that guy, he lost the case.
But
So
we're talking about not even the chorus. We're talking about a phrase of 3 bars in the middle of the second verse.
but if it's the considered the core, the meat of the track,
No, it's not. No, it
sometimes it is
wasn't.
though. It depends on the track. I'm not talking about that one specifically.
The ones
But
I've seen through Rick Beato's videos, no, they're not.
like when or just samples for that matter. Like
That's different.
when uh when the Verve used the Rolling Stones thing for Bittersweet Symphony,
Hmm.
and it was just it's literally a lift,
Good.
right?
What about Beastie Boys using Led Zeppelin?
Yeah, but that's different because that's hip hop rap. They all steal stuff. It's all samples stolen from everything. So I'm not saying it's okay, but that's how they make their music.
Nope, it's the same case. It's even worse because they actually use somebody else's work. That's
Yeah,
why,
I
and
know.
I got shocked when I learned that very
Yeah, no.
recently, months ago, from a Rick Beato video. There's a new law on your side of the world saying that you can use 100% of anybody's music as long as you record it yourself.
Yeah.
You cannot use their recording,
Well, you
but
still
you
have to
can
pay
use their
royalties though
music.
if you use someone else's music.
No, not for the
Are
recording.
you sure?
You pay the publishing royalties,
Yeah.
but any profit from the sales of your recording goes to your pocket, not to the author of the music.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, yeah, he mentioned that's a Taurus Spirit. I saw it in a video a long time ago.
So what?
That's the track. It does sound a whole lot like Stairway to Heaven. Obviously not exactly the same, but if you listen to the two and from the time period, one was before the other one, it's clearly similar. It's related.
Once again, is music. We've
I
been
know.
writing music for
Hey, look, a
two
lot of my stuff
millennia.
sounds like Tangerine Dream because I love Tangerine Dream. Doesn't mean I'm stealing from them. I'm inspired by them, but at the same time, I'm
Where
not.
is the line?
I'm not making any money off my music anyway. So who gives
Let
a
me give
rat's
you
ass?
let me give you another example.
So,
Very stupid example.
once you
Have
make
you ever
money,
heard?
it's a different deal, right?
Exactly, that's the problem. They get so picky because
But
there's
you
too much money involved. Let me
because
put
they're
another
losing
example.
money, you know.
How long is a piece of string? Okay, let me put another example.
Well,
And
that's why
this is,
copyright has limits.
but they're getting diluted with the new
I mean,
suits.
you could do the same thing with patents. What do you think about patents? Should people be stealing stuff
Which type
that
of
are
patents? Of what? Patents in what?
like, say Tesla comes along and takes
Uh-huh,
something, and Musk wants to claim it's his when it's clearly
uh-huh.
patented by somebody else? That's illegal. Should the people not have protection for their inventions?
American trademark patents law does not allow to trademark circuit boards,
No, I know that, and
electronic circuits.
you can't copyright the A major scale, of course. So, but there's certain things are original works that
Yeah, but then
yeah.
the law, which is not always legal or
Well, the law's flawed. I'm not saying it's perfect.
or you use the law because you want to get fairness. Not what's it's not fairness. You want to get justice. The law is not always just. Okay, it just
Oh, of course.
applies the law, which is written
Well, they
that
say justice
profits.
is blind, but it also has its own problems. So it's
Yeah, so law is not always just. So, tiny example. Have you ever heard about a band called Bad Wolf
I've heard the
or Bad
name, I think,
Wolves?
but I don't know anything about them.
New kids on the block. I don't know, 10 years on the road. Metal. One of the latest greatest hits is a cover of a song from the Cranberries called "Zombie."
Okay,
Right?
and that's very distinct. So you would know if it's close or not, right?
No. I mean, one is indie rock and the other one is nu metal.
Right, but I mean, it's such a
But
distinct song.
no,
Especially,
the
do
song
they
is
sing?
identical.
Do they
It's
sing it?
identical to the key.
Do
It's
they sing it like
identical.
that too? Do they have the vocal?
They don't sing the same vocal.
Okay,
The-
not the
It's a
yodeling.
male.
Uh.
No, only Dolores could do that.
Yeah,
It's a male singing, and it's a male on a kind of new metal type of metal singing.
yeah,
And as another change they did, not on the core progression. I'm telling this because I had to learn that song, the cover of the original, for a gig I did with my latest band.
Hmm.
One of the other things they did is they added a piano line.
Okay,
The chords has an intro, a mid section, and an
yeah,
outro made on the piano. The chords of the piano follow the chords of the verse of the song.
okay,
The first three chords of the variation they did with the Cranberries chords of the zombie song, I would swear by God, are the same three initial chords of Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. Because every time I start playing that song,
yeah,
my brain goes, Mama.
yeah.
It's the same exactly three chords, the
Sure,
same chord movement on the same key.
right.
Derivative is inevitable in music.
Well,
We've
especially when
been
you only
writing,
have 12 notes to play with.
and we've been using
So
12 notes in the
yes,
Western Hemisphere for 2 millennia.
yeah,
It's not funny. It's bound to copy a whole bar of somebody.
sure,
It's unavoidable. So
right.
getting nitpicky that, oh, these two bars of the vocal melody among 7 other different instruments are the same of this other singer. Don't
It's
get
a,
me wrong. I
it's a
also
gray
follow,
area. It's also the cadence. It's also the
but
context. You know,
when you see the Rick Beato videos, you see that no, it's not the same song. It's not stealing. Yes, it's similar.
well, Rick's also doing clickbait stuff too. So.
Sure, but and obviously he's just going to show the ones that obviously are
Yeah,
evident that no, they should not. The jury should not judge in favor of the demanding part, which is the record label. Usually, it's
yeah.
not even the artist is behind those lawsuits. It's the record label, the people who own the publishing rights, which they're not gonna pay any of those pennies they steal from the new kid using the same melody to
Yeah,
the original writer.
sure.
It's gonna stay on the freaking label.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, the labels always win, obviously. Yeah, that's been the problem with the industry for a long time.
Oh,
They don't
look,
give a shit about the artists.
I heard about this one. Someone can put it. Oh, let me share. Sorry, Wagu, you're making too many good points.
This is why you have to go microtonal. Then you have a lot more choices.
Okay, wanna go microtonal? I've been microtonal my whole freaking life, and I didn't
Well, I
even
mean
know it.
intentionally microtonal. Like
Have you ever?
one of the cool modes. I don't know if you saw my videos on the Terra, but the microtonal stuff is pretty wicked. It's kind of. I mean, it sounds unpleasant to a lot of people because it's just odd, but you have
Depend.
all that extra option to play out there. You
I
know.
guess it depends against what you play it. Because if you play it against something that is strictly, um, it's not binary,
Well, you could mix it with.
diatonic,
Yeah, you could mix it with normal stuff,
but
and you could get some interesting contrasts or blending.
synthetics.
You know.
The point I was trying to make, tongue in cheek, is: have you ever put any guitar performance through a tuner?
Oh, it's always going to be off, sure.
Guitar is inherently
But
by
some people are
design
just so
out of
damn
tune.
good at staying in tune. It's amazing.
First, that's one of the reasons why guitar players, lead guitar players, abuse so much the tremolo.
Yeah.
Because in the not rare but unusual case that the guy, the professional guy, the good guy, the one that is everybody agrees is good, doesn't really hit precisely the pitch of the note he should be hitting,
Yeah.
by applying tremolo means that just by statistics, you're going to spend more time in the right pitch than in the wrong pitch because you're fluctuating. And
Although at the same time, you're making it harder on yourself by stretching those strings out too early, right?
wanna start that topic? That's an open pit. That's a rabbit hole,
But it's true,
because
right? I mean, you're stretching the strings out.
that is okay. That seems to be true, or feels
Because
to
the
be
same
true.
reason you don't leave your thing tightly tuned in storage, you undo it to save your strings, right?
No, no.
That's what I
Okay.
heard. They store when you store for long terms,
In
you loosen the
YouTube,
tuning.
nowadays you can find at least one manufacturer who claims that the strings never stretch. It's not the string that stretches, it's the wood and the materials and the springs on the bridge of the guitar that molds around the evolution of the string.
But the strings do wear out, so they have to be stretching some.
Wear out, define wear out,
Well, why would you change your strings?
because they go dull and timbre,
And why is that?
because they rust. You put grease
Not
and
because of
water.
stretch or anything? Not because of
Once
wear and
again,
tear?
that is the word of one string manufacturer. Every person who has played a non-locking neck electric or acoustic guitar, what they know is that I take my guitar, I tune the guitar, I play the guitar, I put my guitar away, come back tomorrow, and it's out of tune. Problem is, in both cases, at different levels, that wood overnight and through the day has
Temperature,
been
humidity.
shifting
Yeah, exactly. Right.
every so slightly. We're talking microns. We're
Right.
not talking an inch. No, we're talking microns. The springs through the temperature is a metal. They contract and stretch. And that's the other physical fact that push everybody to believe, including me, that the metal on the string also stretches and
Yeah.
contracts with
Right.
temperature. So
It
if
has
you,
to because it's basic physics.
it's basic physics. So
Yeah.
if you practice on a cold room and you go and play live on a hot room,
Hmm.
that metal has moved. But
And even the
how
truss rod moves,
much?
right? Because it's metal.
Say what?
Even the truss rod changes because it's metal.
Some luthiers claim, yes, even the metal truss bar might impact the bowing of the neck,
Mm.
because a guitar neck should not be perfectly straight.
Mm.
Should have a ever so slightly bow
Mm.
upwards, never backwards.
And that's to
But
give you more travel on the string. So,
there's more physics implied on that. Basically, everybody thinks on a guitar, you want the fretboard and the top of the guitar and the strings being parallels. Although my arms are not parallel, so it's harder to, but yeah, like two parallel lines, right?
mm.
But in fact, what you want is the strings to be a little upwards and the neck a little upwards.
Mm.
So you don't want a box, a square. You want a parallelogram,
Mm.
because while you're pressing down, you want the angle to the bridge to decrease, to change. Otherwise, if the strings are the neck is totally straight and the strings are completely parallel, when you press the
It
string
buzzed the
in one
notes.
fret, it's gonna press more frets than one.
Yeah.
So you need a slight
Yeah.
upper angle
I
going
guess
towards
I
the
still get
bridge.
buzzes. My fingering's not so great, so I get buzzes and stuff. So
Then we get into quality of the necks, quality of the fretwork, quality of the bridge, setup of the
yeah.
whole guitar, temperature in the room. The first problem of the guitar, including the electric, is the building material. You start with a non-ideal, as in physics-wise, building material. That's why you saw people trying metals, trying stone, trying materials that don't get affected by the environment,
Hmm.
or if they get affected, it's so slightly that it's dismissible.
That's why in the lasers the company I worked at was selling. They use vanadium in the truss bars and the frame of the laser
Hmm.
because vanadium doesn't shift with temperature.
Doesn't
So
shift so much.
yeah, so they have this. It does a tiny bit, obviously, but it shifts the least of all the metals they could get their
Exactly.
hands on. So
To the point that you know that for physics, for international agreement of measurements, they used to have every country needs to have a model of what each physics unit of measurement it's meant to be like. For instance, the unit for one of weight, 1 kilogram, used to be a metal bar of a specific alloy,
yeah,
right? Recently, in the past 1 or 2 decades, I think 3 decades tops, they started, because the measurements are becoming more and more accurate. On each decade, we can measure more and more high accuracy everything. They decided that the metal model wasn't accurate enough, so
yeah,
they managed to find a different molecule of a material that is not affected by pressure, temperature,
yeah.
and
It's a special
temperature.
alloy, right?
No, silicon.
Oh,
So now the model for 1 kilogram is a ball of silicon or of a specific amount of atoms
Hmm. Hadn't heard that.
because it won't move through temperature, pressure, and location and altitude.
There's also why they in the long time ago they had obviously copper wiring as a standard, right? But when during wartime and during other times when you need to save cost, they started using aluminum or aluminium
Hmm.
wiring in homes and other things to save money. But guess what? When you apply
Hmm.
enough voltage
Hmm.
and the wire heats up ever so
Hmm.
slightly, the metal expands in a
Hmm.
bad way. So that's
Hmm.
why copper is always better because it doesn't expand as much.
Wait, for home use, I have no data.
This is true though.
For
I mean,
in
this is a real thing. So
for industrial use, I was trained as an electrician. We had a little bit of training on high voltage because
yeah,
we need to know where the power comes from. High voltage lines in Europe are aluminum,
yeah,
multi-stranded, although they're very thick strands, multi-stranded aluminum. They don't use copper; it's too expensive.
yeah. It is expensive. Yeah.
So all the high power, I'm talking 1,000 volts all the way down to 300 volts in Europe is aluminum core. It's
I
not
guess high
copper.
power, as long as you plan for the expansion, it doesn't matter. But for homes where the wiring is tight and it's
And
fire
they're
hazard,
inside walls.
it's a fire hazard. They have to be very careful
Sure.
with that.
Yeah, yeah,
So, you know.
yeah, no worries. Yeah, I haven't heard yet any home installation that it has been done with aluminum
Also,
in
there's an
walls.
issue too with the junction and something about corrosion or something like that, using
Hmm.
different types of metals instead of just copper. It's just cleaner using copper all the way through if you can, instead of changing metals through the circuit.
That makes sense, is logic, but it doesn't apply when you realize that all the plug sockets have different alloys in contact with the copper core or
Yeah,
even if
yeah.
it's
Well, there's
multi-stranded.
ideal and there's what they use, right? So it's
Exactly.
yeah, yeah, so.
But even people who is certified and secure, because others, I mean, power, like any other engineering, is done by overshooting.
Well, you have
It's
to. You have
not
to
enough.
plan for the extremes. So
No. They plan for the streams and they double it up.
yeah,
So it's not enough to be 100% sure that it won't catch fire.
yeah. You
No,
want
you need to
extreme
be
tolerances. Yeah.
1,000% sure that it's not going to catch fire.
Hmm.
Okay, because it's too much money and lives at risk.
Yep.
So everything is oversized, everything is overmeasured. But there's still many cracks and many things that would work and would not create a big enough incident to become a problem.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of. It's a little bit like the golden plated jack audio connections.
Oh yeah. Early in the
There is a
days of
reason.
VCR copying, I was get the gold-plated RCA jacks. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah. And then I started using my audio cables in a
Hmm.
pinch when I either misplaced the gold cables
Hmm.
or they got worn out, just to
Hmm.
try it. And of
Hmm.
course, the signal was the same. So it's
And technically, if it was zinc alloy or copper alloy, the regular ones, should be slightly better because
yeah.
apparently gold is a worse conductor than copper.
Well, silver's supposed to be the better one, I think. But
It's better than gold,
yeah,
right? But the thing is, A, why gold? And B, is the a real reason for the gold-plated connectors?
it looks
Connectors.
cool. It looks cool, man. It looks
First
cool.
of all, is yellow, is not
Yeah,
white. Means it's a very visually distinctable and marketable
yeah,
material.
yeah.
Is yellow. But second, why the reason to use a precious metal for something that doesn't require? It's not about the transmission, the conductivity quality. It's about the contact corrosion.
Yeah, that's another thing about aluminum too, because when you do scuba diving, and most people don't use steel tanks because they're small and
Hmm.
and hold less air, so they use the big
And
aluminum tanks.
heavy.
The 80, they call them 80 cubic feet, I think it is.
Hmm.
Um, um, 80 cubic inches, 80 cubic, whatever the fuck it is.
Hmm.
It's called an aluminum 80. Is the
Okay.
tank for scuba diving, and sometimes you have two of them, sometimes you have one. If it's just
Hmm.
day diving, you get two 80 tanks, you're
Hmm.
good to go. But they naturally have a patina on them from aluminum oxide forming in the air.
Hmm.
So
And the salted
corrosion.
water.
There's a corrosion part of it that's actually a good thing. It's like a protection, aluminum
Okay.
oxide.
Hmm.
Whereas the steel ones can rust.
Yeah. And
So
it's more toxic than aluminum oxide.
yeah, yeah,
But same thing is the gold plated is A, because it's easy to market, and B, because it's an actual real improvement against a non gold plated connector, because it will be corrosion resistant for longer time,
yeah.
longer period. So yeah, there is an improvement, but it's none that you can hear.
So you have to paint the steel tanks. That's why you see a yellow, orange, stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
it's
the other ones are
anti-corrosion
not
paint,
painted. They're just raw metal.
and sometimes even rubber coated. At least the
Yeah.
bottom is, the feet is rubber
Well, that's
coated.
just to keep it from banging into shit and getting looking ugly
Yeah.
and hurting other surfaces. But yeah, it was interesting when I guess in the days of Jacques Cousteau when he was all the rage,
Mm.
they're using a lot of steel tanks. But um,
Yeah, I mean, there's always a physics behind everything. The problem is sometimes the science behind it is so complex
or
that
just
it's
gets
point.
lost in the shuffle. People don't know why you do certain things. They just know that you do it. You know.
For instance, and to me, the best example is the gold-plated connectors.
Yeah.
Because if you go to a shop when you don't know anything about physics, you don't know anything about electricity, you don't know anything about audio or audio transmission or electronics or anything, and you go to a shop and you say, okay, which ones are the best cables you have? The
Well, it's the
guy
same with
who knows,
it's the same with the
the guy who
monster
knows,
cables too.
the guy
Like
who knows is gonna tell you the gold-plated connectors.
yeah.
The
Also, the
guy who
monster cables
doesn't know,
because they tell you the pipe. The bigger the pipe, the less resistance. So look how thick these cables are. You're gonna
fuck.
have the best experience with these big fat cables.
That the problem is that only
Yeah.
applies to monocore cables.
Yeah.
The minute it's stranded, that
It doesn't matter. Yeah, so much.
it shrinks
At least not for
because
audio. Yeah.
that is applicable to monostrand, because electricity only travels through the outside of the cable, not
Yeah.
through the core.
Yeah.
So the bigger outside surface you have, the more electricity can go through, the less resistant for a square inch.
Yeah.
So that's why multi-stranded is way more efficient, because with less diameter, final diameter, because you have thousands of very, very tiny, like a hair thin strands,
Mm.
with all of them with a lot of surrounding the the add up surface of all those outwards of all the strands is 2 or 3 or 4 or 20 or 100 times bigger than the outward surface of one single strand.
Mm.
That's why multi-stranded is more efficient. Although
It's also flexible and doesn't get weak and break easier. So
monostranded copper cracks on every bend.
yeah.
So the more you bend it and flex it, the closer you are to snap it out.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
But it's ideal for house in wall routing of the cable, because you don't need to use any other tool but the cable itself. It will go through the tube.
Yeah.
Every side has its back. Every head has its tails.
That's why they have to use those for routing like Ethernet cables in buildings. Either they use some kind of a threading rod to push it down the line. I've seen guys even like tie things to like a ball and throw it down.
Yep, I've done all sorts of that. Trust me.
Yeah, yeah.
And the biggest kicker, talking about audio quality, you know what the latest trend on audio cabling on professional studios is now
Hmm.
analog audio over Cat5 cable,
Hmm.
because is four twisted pairs
Yeah.
plus a shield. You're sending hot and cold times 4 plus common shield to all 4.
Wasn't that what Copperland was? That was supposed to. That was like the audio standard was called Copperland for a while, where it was showing up at NAMM as using Cat5 for routing audio.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, because you're not sending digital signal, you can solder that into how you call it, one is you get many tails out of one connector.
The what?
A loom.
This,
Is that a loom? You call it a loom?
um, I think so.
A multi-core loom.
Talking about a snake or the?
Yeah, gonna have snake.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's one connector with many tails, many
Yeah.
outputs. So every Cat5 cable, which is very inexpensive because of all the IT people buying miles and miles and miles of them per day and needing
Yeah.
more and more, is mass manufacturing. And the tech in it and the alloy in it is so freaking cheap. It's mostly aluminium. It's very little copper in those. Because what is keeping the signal intact is not the transmission wires, is the shielding, the double shielding,
Sure.
right? And the twisted pair. That's what's keeping the signal intact. But you still have 4 pairs, hot and cold, on a balanced signal, positive and negative, all of them shielded over a totally inexpensive. If it breaks, I don't give a shit. I put another one, Cat5.
Yeah, and they're very small wires considering how much stuff you get.
If you try to go through a multi-core copper with individually packed hot, cold, and shield per line you want to send, even if it's only 4, you're talking, I don't know, 20 to 25 pounds a meter. Cat5, I think you can get for 70 pounds a 100-meter roll.
Well, now I don't know what the latest is. It was last night we wired a place. It was Cat 6A or something like that. But now there's probably a newer one. I don't know.
I think they're already in Cat 7.
Yeah.
But it's about extra shielding, I think.
Yeah.
It's either more pairs and
Well,
extra
I think
shielding.
Cat 5, your top was 100 megabit or something like that, and then the Cat 6 you needed for gigabit.
In fact, we have somebody. Wagyu, please, can you tell us what is the latest Cat denomination on the market, and why is it? What's different on that from Cat 5?
It's primed for AI. It's really good for AI transmissions.
It killed me. What I'm doing lately is listening to a lot of reels, and one of the reels is saying, "Oh, everybody needs to get into AI because the market is because AI is in such a big demand." And I turned around and said, and I asked my housemate, "Who the fuck is asking for AI?"
Yeah.
No, we've been shoved down the freaking AI down the throat because it's a profit for them.
Well, I just love all the poor marketing for stuff. I remember when they were selling audio CDs.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. No, these are data. These are CDs meant for burning data. These are ones that are meant for burning audio. It's the same fucking technology, right? And people believed it. It's so great. It's so.
According to Wagyu, Cat 8 is out now because apparently, and I assume it's because of the capacitance and the resistance of the material, allows 40 gigabytes per second.
See, it's the gigs per second for the AI. You need it for that transmission. I told you.
It's not for all the porn you're watching now. No,
well, AI porn is out there too. So,
Jesus Christ. Are we going insane or what? We're going insane.
Well, it's so funny because all these assistants you have now. So you have Siri and Alexa and blah blah blah. So my girlfriend got a new BMW, and the my BMW agent, I forgot what it's called, is
Doesn't
actually
matter.
really good. I mean, it
Okay.
understands a lot more than Siri does, and probably Alexa. I
Okay.
can basically say, instead of hi, they say hello, so you don't get it confused.
Hmm.
It's listening. So you can change it to say whatever you want. But I say hello BMW, and the
Hmm.
thing goes ping, and I say please turn volume up 5 decibels, and I knew exactly what I meant, and it did it. I said to Siri, please turn
Hmm.
phone down 5 decibels. I'm sorry, I can't. It's whatever it says. And Alexa, I think, is probably the same thing. So it's not only tailored for you in the BMW to be more audio centric and other
if
car functions, but at least it understood what a fucking decibel was.
if you think Siri is bad, don't try Bixby.
Oh, I can only imagine.
No, just don't. Bixby is the Samsung attempt to replicate Siri.
Yeah.
Is so bad. It's not even funny.
I
That's
mean,
why
just
that's why they
imagine
created a new one for the new generation of Samsungs called Gemini
it's
AI.
it's basically Clippy in audio form. Everyone hated Clippy, right?
I miss Clippy. It
Oh,
was helpful to me.
Clippy had that kind of like smirk, had that kind of like his eyebrows, and kind of like he's an asshole. It's very
I
funny.
never saw that. I saw.
Yeah, it had a certain like when he was like looking
I
around, something
never
like that.
saw
They tried to
that.
give him personality. He looked a little shifty.
So,
So
sorry, yeah. Wagyu comes again. Cat 8 still looks like 4 twisted pairs of multicore copper shielding, then all 8 shielded. Okay.
hmm.
But I thought Cat 5 didn't have the pairs shielded individually. I
I
think
don't think they
that's a
did.
big difference.
Yeah, I don't think they did. It was just raw twists and then a massive common
Yeah,
shielding.
yeah.
Yeah,
If any double, because you could have the foil and the braid in some cut fives, I think. Don't quote me on that.
yeah.
I might be confusing
I used
stuff.
to make cables a long time ago, but it's been a long time. I forgot.
Yeah, those times. Well, good, the good times.
Well, the problem is, if you get any kind of cable issue, you
Mm,
can cause a fault at the switch and cause a network traffic problem. So we
okay.
generally bought our cables pre-made. We didn't really make them
Mm,
because one person did one time a poor job and fucked up
mm.
the network for a while.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wow,
So
amazing. Did you hear the news from Microsoft?
no, I'm out of the loop right now.
Quantum bait. That's what. That's what's hype now.
Wait, what's it
First of
called?
all, I never knew that Microsoft was in the hardware business. I just find out. Microsoft has developed a CPU, a quantum CPU,
Hmm.
the first one.
So
Although
Deepak
they were still
Chopra's involved.
say what?
He loves Deepak Chopra's involved. He loves talking about quantum. It's a joke.
Sorry, I don't get it.
Deepak Chopra, the new age asshole.
No,
He's always talking about quantum this, quantum that. He's a charlatan.
no. Basically, I think they managed to put in the size, more or less the size of a Pentium 2. I think 40 qubits or 40,000 qubits or 4,000 qubits.
What are we back in ancient Egypt?
Yeah. Yes. No, but basically, transistors, which was the base of modern CPUs, as you know, what the fuck
Yeah.
am I telling you, are binary, are on or off.
Hmm.
The new quantum systems they're using is basically they go to the molecular level, but molecular is like analog synthesizers, can have any value between 1 and 0.
Yeah.
That's it. But the thing is, it could be every value between 1 and 0 at the same time.
Yeah.
So each unit of calculus, which I think they call qubits, is the equivalent of something like some tens of thousands of transistors.
Let's use another term than qubits. Qubits is already used for an old-timey measurement. I don't know why they use qubits. That's kind of silly, but I have not heard that.
Probably because they run out
I
of
mean, you
cool
measured the
names.
fucking pyramid in qubits, right? I mean, it's an actual ancient Egyptian measurement.
I never knew that.
So, yeah, a cubit was something like the length of the forearm or something like that.
Hmm.
I forgot what it was.
Are you sure it's spelled the same?
Cubits.
No, this is QBIT.
Oh, okay, qubit. I see. Quantum bits. Yeah.
There you have it, Wagyu. Qubits for quantum bits, though no
Right.
qubits.
Yeah.
Yeah, cubitus acros, like is the bone, is the length of the
Exactly.
bone.
Yeah.
Because this, I
Yeah, I
think
haven't followed that. I didn't know the
this is
qubits.
the original yard.
Yeah.
Because you have the yard and then you have the
The
foot.
foot was the yeah.
That's the real origin of the imperial system. Is
Notice how they
the
never used the schlong in there. So
it's long.
guys are too embarrassed to use the schlong. So
I never heard that. What the heck is a schlong?
the dick.
Okay.
It's Yiddish for dick. There's a Schwant. There was actually a thing at the SF MoMA at the art museum, and someone had taken all the Yiddish words for dick and put it in a fancy collage. It was like Schwanz, Schlong, Schmeckel, and like five or six other words in there. A little collage. It's pretty funny.
Jesus.
Exactly. Learn all kinds of stuff at the art gallery.
Well, there's a few cloud services. Have quantum compute available as a service now.
Yeah, the
Or is it
last
still
thing
early
I
days?
got into barely before kind of not doing IT for a while, not out of choice, but out of unemployment,
Sorry
is
about
the cloud, a lot of the cloud computing stuff and Kubernetes, things like that, which is this weird compartmentalization cloud format. But there's Docker and Kubernetes and all these different like thingies out there, but I barely scratched the surface on those. So
Yeah, I think the breakthrough is the size of the chip, as in the amount of qubits in the small size of the chip, and possibly once again, I'm sure I'm getting all the facts wrong. So do your own research, and possibly that it won't need to be hyper cooled because every quantum attempt that everyone else has, I think it needs to go on something like 0 Kelvin or minus 200 and something Fahrenheit
yeah,
to cool it enough so the particles behave like qubits. And apparently Microsoft, which is once again, it blows my mind. I thought Microsoft only did software. Has
no, they've always
developed.
had their hands in stuff.
I know the Bill Gates had stock shares from in Intel
Because they
in
acquire
Seagate.
companies. Whatever they don't make, they just acquire, just like Google does.
Exactly. Well,
So
I don't. You know better. Do they acquire the companies or Bill Gates buys this decision-taking amount of shares?
it depends, but usually they want full control, so they just buy it. Like Google bought Google Earth was a thing called Keyhole Pro.
Uh
I
huh.
used it a long time before they had Google Earth,
Uh huh.
and then suddenly it's Google Earth. They've rebranded it. It's the same exact interface,
Yeah, but
and
that's software company buying software. This is a software company creating hardware.
oh yeah, but Arturia is a software company that made hardware. Think about it, right? It's not unusual. Apple is essentially, yes, they started with computers because they had to, like an Apple II and Apple One, all that kind of stuff, and Lisa and all that. But they really are a software company first. I mean, the hardware is just because of their special designs and all that stuff. But
They build the hardware to serve the software. That's how I
yeah,
understand it.
yeah.
Either you or Wagu, can you, in short terms, describe me the first 10 years of Apple evolution? Did they do the Altair first?
No, they had nothing to do with Altair.
Okay.
Yeah, the first Apple One was the product built in Steve Jobs' garage, basically, with Wozniak. And one of the prototype boards was over at the Fry's Electronics before that went belly up. It's a wooden case with the circuit board and crappy little screen. They went to the homebrew club at Stanford. There was a homebrew club where a lot of stuff got announced, including Altair and a bunch of other stuff. And they did the little presentation.
Hmm.
And Steve was, I think, a student at Berkeley at the time.
Hmm.
And they knocked their socks off, with this Apple One.
So they released the Apple One. So did
76, 77, something like that.
but did that one went commercial?
No. I mean, it was a kit you could put together, I think. That's
So
hence the
roughly,
wood. You
not
buy the
really.
rough CRT, you buy you get the wood thing, you buy the circuits and stuff. But Apple II was a real commercial thing that came out as a plastic injection molded built kind of thingy.
And what did they release after Apple II? Because I believe there was another
Lisa
model,
Lisa
Lisa,
came out and it didn't take off, so then it
and then
became the
Macintosh.
Macintosh, and then goes from there. And then the Apple II GS because they want to keep the Apple II users happy.
Hmm.
Then they had an Apple III that didn't quite make it because they tried to do it without fans,
Wow.
and famously the chips would get hot, metal expansion, and
Hmm.
it'd start to pop out. And so your trick was to pick up the thing and drop it, and they would reseat. Because again, no hard drive, right? No moving parts. So
Thank
you could
God.
drop the fucking thing and it would reseat. It was just a horrible design, right?
Yeah. And
But
so, what was at one point they fired Steve Jobs after what product?
so it's John. They brought John Scully in from Pepsi, right?
Hmm.
He was, his line to Scully was, "Do you want to sell sugar water the rest of your life?" Right? And Scully goes, I come, I'll do whatever, whatever. And so he came in, and then Jobs created so much stink back then with Macintosh and a bunch of other stuff, pissing everybody off. They said, we got to get rid of this guy. So they kicked him out. Now
So
Jobs, being the consummate planner and mover and shaker, pivoter, gets involved with Next, right?
hmm.
Builds the Next computer,
Hmm.
and also simultaneously is it becomes head of Pixar.
Yeah,
So he's got tons of fucking money now,
but
right? And because Next uses OpenStep kernel
mm,
to build as a Unix-based system, when
mm-hmm,
Apple is shopping around for a new system that was
mm-hmm,
new, like protected memory, preemptive multitasking, all the buzzwords of the day,
mm-hmm,
they said, well, we have either BOS, which was Jean-Louis Gasset who left Apple to form BOS, or
mm-hmm.
we have Next Step, OpenStep shit. And so they went with Jobs, and Jobs, I think, all along knew they were going to fucking go with this thing because he's
Mm-hmm.
pretty clever,
Mm-hmm.
and that brought him back into Apple
So
until
the product that nailed the coffin of Steve Jobs the first time was the actual Macintosh, the Mark One.
not the nail in the coffin is his attitude. He was a
So
horrible
yeah, but
taskmaster over the
timeline wise,
Macintosh. Over the Macintosh.
the
Yeah.
Macintosh was the one that made
Oh yeah. All if you
the
do look at Andy
stockholders.
Hertzfeld and all these guys from the time period talk about their time there,
Hmm.
and it was like hell on earth. I mean, he wanted
Yes.
the best system he could build, and he made a hell of a fucking system. Again, stolen from Apple Zero from Xerox PARC, right? So that was stolen, right? The whole idea from there, the mouse, the graphic user interface, and
I
a
thought
bunch of
Bill
other stuff that
Gates.
was in there.
I thought Bill Gates got the mouse from Hewlett Packard.
Xerox PARC had like one of the original mice, I think, and then the GUI
Okay.
was there. Also, the guy who invented Ethernet was at Xerox PARC. He formed 3Com later.
So
Um,
I'm just trying to make this image, this historic product image. So
yeah,
Macintosh launches, almost basically crashes, burns. It,
came out in
way,
'84. Was in wide use in '85.
but it sold way less that they needed it to
Well,
sell.
because they were so. I probably told this story before. My brother. So we went to the same high school that Jobs and Wozniak went to, called Homestead High School.
Uh huh.
Like, I guess 10 years later, or whatever it is.
Sure.
And so Woz always had a connection to the school
Mm-hmm.
because he's a good guy and he's a local guy and all that kind of stuff. He's not like Jobs. So Wozniak, at least
Mm-hmm.
1 year, maybe another year, I don't remember,
Mm-hmm.
but just so lucky, the year my brother graduated from high school, he's 2 years ahead of me. They have the senior all night party to keep kids from going out getting drunk and killing people with their cars. Now, after the party, they can still go do that, but usually
Yeah,
by midnight, kids are kind of tired out. They're not clubbers, right? And so they encourage you to stay there, hang out with your friends, eat, play games, whatever. And then at the end, they have a big raffle, and you had to be present to win. So if you go, I'm going to go drink down with my friends, you miss on this cool raffle stuff, right? And the grand prize was the Macintosh 128K worth $3,300 in 1985. And my
wow.
brother almost left, and he didn't, and he won it.
Mm.
And he brought this fucking thing home. I go, oh my God, we finally have a home computer. We never had a home computer until then because my friends had Apple IIs and other stuff. We had an Atari game system, but my parents weren't into computers. So
Yeah.
I was always at school or at friends' houses, whatever.
Plus, there's a lot of money for
It
85.
is, but then they saw how cool it was, and my mom used it a lot. My dad started to use it more, even though he's a Luddite. And so they
Still,
saw why we should have gotten. I said, see, we should have got one all along. Look, you guys are having fun with this thing too. And that got me into graphics and animation and video eventually, and games
you're
and
talking
stuff. And that's
Mark One
yeah,
Macintosh.
yeah, and it still works. I still have it. 400K floppy drive, no hard drive, DB9 mouse connector, RJ11 keyboard connector. They didn't have ADB back then, the Apple Desktop Bus. It had, yeah, it was if you open it up, take the case off, it had engraved all the developer signatures
Wow.
inside the case.
Just let me just acknowledge. Yeah, well, good. That what you're telling is exactly the knowledge I had about computers. My first experience was with the Amstrad. In fact, I touched both. Amstrad released one unit with cassette drive and another unit with floppy disk, although it was rigid case
Yeah,
drive. I think
three and a half
64K.
inch.
Huh?
The 3.5, the rigid one is 3.5 inch, not the 5.25.
I think it was smaller than that. It was more like a cartridge, but very thin. It was
Well,
128
they had
case
quick
of RAM.
discs they used for like
It wasn't
typewriters and
quick
stuff.
disk because it was protected. I remember it was protected. It was
Okay,
somewhere in between quick disk, CPC 464, that's the cassette one, and the
3 inch disc on
CPC
not 3.5
128.
inch. Oh, weird. Yeah, the custom thing then. We never had Amstrads here. I've used Amstrad emulators and other kinds of emulators, but a lot of those other brands of computers you
That's
never saw here.
that's where I got taught to everything I got taught to do on basic
Yeah.
language. Amstrad CPC
And
128.
the Timex Sinclair
Let's
and
see
the
if I
version
can
you guys had was just not popular either.
3 inch. Look, 3 inch disk drive. I think CPC 6128. Can you search the picture on your side?
Huh. Uh,
Because this
I
is
remember Amstrad CPC was an emulator I used, but I don't remember what they look like. I mean, they look just like a terminal, right? Kind of old timey
no.
computer.
These were more like there were keyboards you would attach either to a monitor or to a telly with a adapter box. Like the Sinclair type of home computers.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Here's a joystick. Yeah. Okay. I see it. Hold on. Share screen
CPC
window.
628.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Oh, no, that
Yeah.
picture is wrong. Okay,
This is what it
sorry.
says.
Let me check yours.
This is from Wikipedia.
Let me check yours. Can you? Not too much. That's the 64. That's the 664. The one with the cassette tape.
Yeah.
But it was the same concept. If I can find, because it was a very weird disc.
So it's kind of like a Commodore 64 with just a computer
Yeah,
in a
yeah,
keyboard attached
yeah.
to a monitor. Yeah. Right.
Let me see if I can.
Yeah. Commodore 64s
Here.
weren't popular here either. People had them, but they just didn't make around. It wasn't until like the Amiga came out they got more popular.
How the fuck
It's
do I
pretty much
share?
all occasionally Ataris, but mostly Apple IIs until PCs and Macs came out.
Can it? How can I share? So type Amstrad CPC 6128.
What is it?
Amstrad CPC 6128. That's the one with the flop, although here it looks like a 3/4. Wait, is this?
Come on, damn thing.
Is the same concept.
It looks
It's just
similar with
that
the colorful keys, yeah.
no. The 1228 was plain, was gray, industrial.
Let's see here.
The 64 it was with the color keys because of the cassette and because it was
Oh, I see.
lower tier.
Oh
So
my god, yeah, it's very basic looking.
okay, let me see what I have you
I
found.
got it here. Hold on. Give me a second.
Amstrad bought Sinclair and released their Spectrum 128 with a 3-inch drive too, as the +3 and built-in tape drive as +2. Yeah, as I said, I'm probably have a very blurred memory of the drive, the disc itself,
Never seen one of these before. There's a few other
because
shots of it here.
I think they were Europe only.
Yeah.
The whole brand, I think it never went to America. It was Europe only.
I mean, there are users here who love it. I've seen them at the vintage computer fairs, but it just was
Sure.
not a common thing.
Yeah, because to you
Certainly
it's
not
just
for kids. Kids didn't have it, right?
as you said, it was the European version of the C64
Yeah.
with the because the first one, the CPC 464 is 64K RAM, and the 128 was 128K RAM. Which, if I'm, was it 128 the RAM or the disk capacity on the floppy? Well, it's not floppy, but you know what I mean.
Hold on. Got the wrong window shared here.
No, it was the RAM. 128K of RAM.
Jumping around here.
Yeah. That was my first experience with my first computer. And it was at school because my school managed to put together a computer class. It was
Did you see my my live streams from the Vintage Computer Fair a couple months ago?
I haven't seen them.
You should watch that. You'll
I
go
should, I
nuts
know.
because there's a lot. They had a whole
I
like a
know.
British table. That was
Yeah.
all the stuff that was common in the UK, as well as stuff dotted throughout the whole event.
Oh, did they have the, oh, what's it called? The
They have,
BBC.
they had like I don't know the different models or how many they had, but it looked like there were like 5 different models of Sinclair, and
Sure.
there's all kinds of different stuff there. At the
So yeah,
Amstrads, they had the
I got you. So I was trying to make in fact, I was trying to explain this to my housemate. So Steve Jobs fights everybody to release the Macintosh. It doesn't sell half of what they expected to sell, and because of everything together, they decide to fire him out of Apple.
he was the worst taskmaster.
Yeah,
I mean, unfortunately, you needed a guy like him to do something like that at that
yeah.
time because they were doing some pretty magical things.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, like, what the display was so superior to
Was
the
it?
shit that came out from DOS or from Windows 3.1. The
What do you mean?
resolution, the fonts were more attractive. The concept of fonts on screen looking
Mm-hmm.
WYSIWYG, like fonts on
Mm-hmm.
screen look like fonts on printer.
Yeah, yeah.
They didn't have that in PCs for quite a while.
Oh no, I know that.
And even then you had these fucked up weird like font formats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So PostScript made a big deal because Apple and PostScript were like that.
Mm-hmm.
Adobe until they had a big
Mm-hmm.
war. They had a
Okay.
war for a while and didn't like each other. But so it was a perfect melding of graphics. What you see is what you get.
Hmm.
Um,
But I think the market wasn't ready.
no,
Not
it's
that
just because
price.
a lot of the components are expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's Cupertino. Cupertino, I mean, it's way more expensive now, but even back then, it was an expensive place to live. And you
Mm-hmm.
build stuff in California
Yeah.
before they started mass marketing overseas
Mm-hmm.
and all kinds of stuff. It just everything costs more,
Yeah.
and all the R&D into it. I mean, they put a shitload of time and energy into that thing,
Mm-hmm.
and So it really was a cool thing when it came out, and I just gravitated toward it because I always liked
Mm,
graphics and art and things that are easy to use and clear and simple.
mhm.
And PCs took me a while to gravitate toward, and then eventually got in the workforce, and that's what everyone was doing because they were cheaper.
Yeah, because basically MS-DOS was trying to compete against Macintosh,
Yeah,
and
and then
interface-wise, no,
but
no
Bill Gates
color.
finally had to um, sink some money into Apple in return for getting their the rights to do because Excel was on the Mac first, not on Windows. Excel was a Mac problem product first, and then they made the Mac version of Office that was a special deal they made. So there's all this talk of like Bill Gates. They made like the Pirates of Silicon Valley
Hmm.
and the
What's
Triumph
the
of the
one?
Nerds and all that kind of stuff,
Hmm.
showing one thing showing how they hated each other, another one showing they kind of got along because it's all
Who?
business, right?
Who got along?
Jobs and Gates,
Oh, sure.
because Jobs would do like little digs
Hmm.
about Microsoft having no taste
Hmm.
and all this other kind of stuff. Because for a long time the Microsoft environment was ugly as fuck. The color palettes they used, the rough text look all jerky and because it was usually real low res on the
Yeah,
screen.
my first, because they were designed for lower quality monitors. My first experience was 3.1.
Well, look at it this way. Back when, like for example, Dark Forces, the Star Wars Doom game that came out on PC,
Mm-hmm.
it ran natively 300 by 200, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're lucky, you could probably run 640 by 40, but most people didn't until you got
Or
a
had the
fancy
monitor
upgrade.
to pull that off.
And then the sound card determined everything. A lot of times the sound was really shitty.
Mm-hmm.
So they made a Mac version, 640 by 40,
Mm-hmm.
Redbook audio off the CD. It sounded beautiful, right? And it was a totally different experience.
No wonder.
So that was the one of the big differences for a while. There was a major difference. Obviously, there's a bigger game market, and it was easier to program supposedly on the PC for these games. And they would start porting them over,
Mm-hmm.
and then 3D cards came out, and everything changed
Yeah.
because Apple kind of barely supported them at first.
Yeah.
They had the stupid stance of we're not a game company. It's
So
like you idiots. You
you
just gave us a
develop
ton of money.
you develop the highest resolution graphics system in the market, and then you don't want to use it for games,
Yeah,
which is
and
the what is gonna give you the money.
and Microsoft made the smart moves because
Yeah.
3D animation was getting more popular. Not everyone wants to use SGI machines they can't afford
Mm-hmm.
because SGI machine was like 10, 15K, and then the
Wow.
software to run on it was fucking 15K, right?
Fuck.
A graphics package, right? Like Alias Power Animator, which eventually
Mm-hmm.
became Maya. And so, even back when SGI was dying and indies were being closed out at $5,000, you still had to pay 15K for the license for the software, you know. So Microsoft was smart. They bought Softimage, ported that to the PC, and then Lightwave came along and ported their stuff from um, the Amiga to PC
Mm-hmm.
and to Mac, and they took over because now you have a cheap PC with
Mm-hmm.
a nice graphics card with amazing tools. You also had 3D Studio became 3D Studio Max, and all these things
Mm-hmm.
came out on the market. And so no wonder game development was mostly on the PC
Mm-hmm.
because there's a huge amount of tools. They were much cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
The hardware running them was much cheaper,
Mm-hmm.
and until much later.
Yeah.
Um, and so that's why PCs won the game and graphics rebellion, basically. The
So let me drive this back to the point I was trying to make. So Macintosh releases, they fire jobs. Apple goes into industrial looking machines. They go black. They start releasing laptops, and they start releasing the what was the Newton, the first
Well,
PDA.
Apple's trying to appeal to the business market because IBM was making a huge inroads into business for
Mm-hmm.
look and for cost
Mm-hmm.
and for packages running on it, like
Mm-hmm.
Lotus 123,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm. I remember that
And
one.
so, yeah, it was just, and the sad thing is, when Scully was working there, and then it became Michael Spindler, this German guy who basically tanked the company for a while.
Wow.
One of my early jobs was working there when Spindler was in charge. We had bomb threats all the time. The stock was down to like $7 a share. Apple was looking really bad for a while. And they had operating system that had a lot of issues. The Power
Hmm.
Macs were out. They're trying to do this combo like the
Power
fat.
Max.
Yeah, it's Power Macintosh line. So it was RISC-based processors instead of CISC. So they used this complex instruction set was changed to RISC, which is supposed to be more for better throughput, like because the Unix machines were RISC, right? So let's do what
Hmm.
RISC is. And MIPS and all those guys are all RISC. So we're going to do RISC as well. We're going to make this thing, but we still have to accommodate CISC programming. So they had this thing called fat binary, where a program would run kind of dual mode, had
Hmm.
CISC elements and RISC elements, and operating system was really convoluted with dual boots running like classic OS and then Mac OS 10, which came out. And it was just a really tricky time for a while. But
But
before
how?
Mac OS 10 came out, they had this weird issue with a lot of stability problems with the Power Mac software. And I was working at the time, and I get these crazy errors all the time.
So how
And
did that look like? A Power Mac. How did it look like?
um, it's just slightly different than the Quadra line at the time. So Mac OS, so I had a Quadra 840 AV, one of the best Macs I ever had. It was really nice. And then they went to the Power Mac line, which is 4-digit numbers. So instead of 840, it'd be like 8500.
Wait,
And
but
those
what?
are the RISC architecture Macs.
Okay, what is showing me is a vertical tower
Yeah,
desktop.
the most of them were vertical. Some were flat with a monitor on top, so acted like a stand, like PCs were.
Uh,
But most of the good ones were towers. So like 7100, 8100, 7500,
but
eighty-five
it's
hundred.
already showing very big apple. It looks like platinum silver.
Yeah, eventually. Well, those are like the G3, G4. That was much later.
Okay,
Yeah, those are during OS 10, OS 9 to OS 10 era. With the color schemes, you had like the iMacs came out with the flavors. They called them flavors, the different colors. And you had like the
but
weird Macs that were like blue color. They called it Bondi blue.
my
And
my point is, I'm trying to make is when as in which product was the comeback of Jobs to Mac to Apple?
OS 10, they needed a new kernel.
No,
It
no,
was
the
open
hardware,
open step hardware, so it'd be anything from
the
G3,
iMac.
G4, iMac G3, G4, all three of those.
So the ones that are starting to make big promotion of the
More
brand,
curvy looking cases,
more
colors,
curvy,
and also the
colorful.
G4 was one of the best designed cases ever from a working point of view. You turn the little switch on the side or little lever
Uh-huh,
thing, or you could lock it. The
uh-huh.
whole side comes down, and there's your totally exposed motherboard with all the cards, all the RAM. You didn't reach your hand and get your fucking hand cut by pieces of metal like on a PC case. It
Yeah,
was this beautiful design of like everything's right there. You can see it all. You can easily access all of it. It had
I'm
like
looking one.
12, some had like 12 DIMM slots in it, so you could have crazy amounts of memory, right? And
Open,
and
open,
multiple card slots, many card slots. So
open
lots of
system,
expansion.
open hardware system.
What?
The G4.
No.
Because you're talking about cards and slots.
No, it's just PC cards, PCI cards,
Yeah, but
or
I,
PCI
I thought
Express or whatever.
the PCI Express was an IBM thing.
No, it's across the board. I had a card that if it said Mac and you want to run Windows,
Hmm.
you could actually just change one little chip, a pop-out chip on it, and
Hmm.
it would work just fine. Other cards would cross over. Some cards are more specific to running on things. But once Apple started running Intel, it was
Hmm.
just a software difference mostly,
Yep.
right? Intel's Intel. So, and now Apple's doing all the Apple Silicon stuff, so it's a whole different ball of wax. But for a long time, you could buy a card that would work in either computer as long as it had all the proper chips on board to be cross platform, cross compatible.
Hmm.
But even if you didn't, there was one of my friends had bought this is a card. card called I think it was called Twin Turbo, and he contacted the manufacturer, got one of the different EPROMs. He swapped out the EPROM and made it work on his Mac.
Wow.
And because they would often charge more for the Mac version, just because they could, you could buy the Windows one cheaper, and then just order this little chip and swap it out, and then now you have the Windows version running on your Mac. And Hackintosh was a whole other thing too. Yeah.
Yeah, but
that was where you actually run a full Windows machine with Mac OS Hack to work on the Windows environment.
okay.
And it was hit or miss. You could sometimes the network card doesn't work, the audio doesn't work, the display doesn't work, and it's all different depending on which system you had, which version of the Hackintosh package, because it was a packaged OS, custom tweaked to work on Windows, a Windows system, Intel PC basically. But it didn't always work that well. I know people had a lot of problems with it. Also, Apple had clones for a while. They play with clones. Power computing, AMD, I think I had one as well, and there were 3 or 4 different companies who were doing Mac clones. And I'm drawing a blank on the names now. But they had a couple of them at the show. If you watch my video walking around, the one guy had some power computing ones, and I did have a friend who bought one of those.
I'll get to that one.
And you can see some of the weird shit from back then. But similar to AMD versus Intel at the time, sometimes you would buy an AMD computer, and not all the Windows programs ran exactly as they should. They would crash a lot more. There was a little period where that would be a problem. And it was a little bit similar on the Mac clone. Sometimes they did some weird shit on the clone that made it run either faster or sometimes just oddly. Like some things would not run quite as well. So Apple just said, this is a bad experiment. Let's pull it back. So they did it for a while, but they did have mixed results.
Well, no, so as I said, I just was trying to make a timeline related to products on what was when the gap of Steve Jobs being out of the company.
Yeah, he left. So the Newton was during Scully's time. So that was when Jobs was out. I actually love the Newton, because without the Newton, you wouldn't have a Pocket PC and you wouldn't have
Smartphones.
The smartphones advancing as fast as they did, because once Pocket PC came out, Apple probably says, look what they're doing with this now. We're going to do this. And then boom, iPhone comes out. iPod, then iPhone. Yeah. And, and now everyone's doing their taking whatever Apple did, making their own versions, making leaps and bounds sometimes in their own ways. But at the end of the day, I still prefer the iPhone because it has that's why so many music programs and stuff, it has the best audio stuff, zero latency or almost no latency audio, which is why so many synths and other music programs are on iOS.
Yeah.
And people designing third-party cool add-ons for it.
Yeah, the other port integration is better on iOS. I have to
and then
admit
they took the headphone jack out and you're like, argh,
Yeah. What was it?
But yeah, there's a lot more than that. But that's kind of a nutshell of the timeline. And obviously then he got ill. He got cancer and then had to leave because he was dying. So
Psion 5 instead as a Pocket PC. Glorious keyboard. Touchscreen too. Oh yeah. That's that.
They had a bunch of. Sony had Magic Link. There were a bunch of companies at the time that had their own, like
I remember.
Casio had the Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia.
They did really. I had one for about 2 days and I returned it. I got a iPack instead. Compact iPack was the best one of the bunch.
Okay.
Now, really good stuff.
Did you watch the Steve Jobs film? Name is Steve Jobs.
Oh, with the one that got an Academy Award from Fassbender?
I think.
Or the stupid one with Ashton Kutcher in it?
The Fassbender one.
Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, he doesn't look like him. He doesn't really sound like him.
But he acted like him, apparently.
Yeah, no, it was interesting. Yeah.
One of the things I took from that film, apart from that kind of chopped off timeline, is the whole explanation of the Newton, because one of the things that, according to the film, sorry if I don't get my history right, according to the film, the first project that Steve Jobs canceled instantly on before he even got a chance to
Probably.
prove profitable was destroying the Newton project all over.
Yeah, I believe
And
it
in the
because it
film,
wasn't his, and it probably is some other things that bothered him about it. So
and that's the point I'm trying to get. In the film, there's after the fact, there's a conversation between the guy you said that was running the project management and was responsible for the Newton, for the idea and the development, with Steve Jobs, and he felt so heartbroken because of the discontinuation of the Newton
yeah,
that he went to Steve and asked him, "But why?" Because everybody liked it. Everybody thought that it was an advance.
yeah, I thought it was
It
cool. I
really,
loved it. Yeah.
and Steve Jobs turned around to him and basically said, "The stylus,
Yeah, but look what happened now. Look at all the phones that come with styli now.
the stylus,"
Yeah.
and the other guy, the developer, went, "But what was wrong with the stylus? The stylus is one point. We have 5 fingers," and that's why. Basically, that's the kind of the thought he had
I
behind
get it. But
developing
if you do
the
artwork
iPad.
on your iPad or iPhone, guess
You need the
what?
stylus.
Apple Pencil, which
Yep.
works very well. So he was
Because
wrong about that.
the definition of one finger will never equal the definition of a stylus. But
I get
his
what he
thought
meant.
was
But,
the multi-point touch on the contact surface.
oh yeah, no, that's good. And
That's why.
Microsoft is actually early in that. Microsoft had some great research early in that. I saw it
Really?
at SIGGRAPH, yeah, way before the iPhone came out. They had some really cool
But
demos.
research, did it come to market?
It was based on a computer, so it wasn't portable. But it used this. It
Oh,
used
you mean
this.
on a big CRT?
It was a surface. You would actually touch this glass surface, and it used sensors and cameras at the bottom of this big table, and you could do this amazing stuff where you could move documents around, twist them, blow them up, all multi-touch. It was really clever. And then not long after that, then Apple had their phone doing the same
So
thing.
probably that was the kernel of inspiration that films like
Basically.
Minority Report took for the
Oh yeah,
computers.
totally. Yeah.
The enlarged
Well, I mean,
in
if
size.
anything, those things took from the movies. The movies always did it first, right?
Really?
Well, not a Minority Report, but other stuff. You know.
Okay.
Yeah. There's.
I mean, really?
Yeah.
Minority Report is quite old.
I don't know. I don't remember the timelines on all that. But I'm just saying, science fiction usually precludes all this stuff. Yeah, they usually come way before
Yeah.
all these. Like, look at all the Star Trek stuff that's come true. You know,
Okay,
the pad devices, that's their iPad, right? The medical scanners that are portable in the field, we have those. They're not all wireless kind of things like that, but they have complex medical analysis things like the tricorder. You can take in the field now to do all kinds of measurements on people in remote areas.
2002 Minority Report.
And if you look at old Star Trek in the 60s,
Thank you,
they
Hogan.
still use tapes, right? They call them tapes even, which is hilarious because that's all they knew about is tapes. They didn't think about
Oh,
Babylon
Minority
5.
Report, yes.
Babylon
yes,
5, you have crystals, right?
Yeah.
And other science fiction things, you had other types of physical media that are not tapes.
Yeah.
Um,
Funny. Because it's not because they
all they-
couldn't
yeah,
come
it's all
up
they
with
knew.
a new name. It's because
Yeah.
they need the audience to relate to it, to understand.
yeah.
So, I went to the exhibition called The Science of Star
So
Trek.
Science of Star Trek started at California Academy of Sciences. I actually helped set up that when I was volunteering at the California Academy of Sciences. It was a cool exhibit.
Some things were coming through. Yeah.
No.
Cool. Before we wrap it up, because I assume you need to go.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
gotta
but
do
for
some
Wagyu, we're gonna let you down again. We cannot keep up with your pace. I would like to clarify one fact that I got wrong at the beginning of the show when I was explaining how you can operate the rhythm loops inbuilt in GR55 through the hold commands.
Oh, nobody cares about that. No, go ahead. Sorry.
Basically, I was wrong. It's not 3 types, it's 4 types of hold. One of them being the one that we all know, which holds every note you play after you press. It holds the notes you play. It holds the notes you played before pressing the hold pedal, and then every other note you press afterwards.
By the way, what was the name of that one that had the support rod? That was just a visual thing. The guitar, the Roland guitar that had the support, the really skinny neck with the support rod. It looked very futuristic. It had the thing going across the top of the neck. You mentioned it before on another stream.
Wow.
And it was a MIDI guitar.
Oh, the GR77, I think is the 707 and the 907.
Okay, because there used to be a comedian who would take that out, and he would not only fire off sound effects with it, but he would play music and do rhythms with knowing all the different frets and where the sounds were. And so it's pretty cool.
Wait.
You know what you're doing with that thing. It's kind of fun.
So,
I think I saw him on the Tonight Show, with Jay Leno Tonight Show.
77. So GR77 is the bass guitar. Wait. No. 77 is the floor unit. 77B. Wait, what? So they did a guitar version and a bass version.
Yeah.
They were both floor units.
But there was the corresponding guitar was that thing with the crossbar. It was that weird.
Okay, let me see. Yeah. They probably name it so. G77 is the bass 4-string. They didn't do beyond 4-string.
Is it GR or G?
So G77, thank you. G77 is the bass guitar, is the guitar itself. Now, GR77 is the floor unit. And I'm trying to see if this is going to bring up the guitar.
I don't see them much anymore, but they're around for a while.
Yeah, they're very rare because they're so iconic. It's very funny. So then G77, that's the floor unit. So G77.
So he said G707. Is that it, or is there one like that?
Then G707 must be the guitar.
It's not GR. It's G707.
No, wait. GR is the floor unit, the synth.
Okay. So you need to have that to fully use it. Basically, it's 2 parts.
Yeah, because although the capture they are already using a hexaphonic divided, a single pickup just for the MIDI, the guts and everything else and the huge connector was inbuilt in the guitar. Hence the design.
Okay.
So yeah, then G707.
So unlike the KX5, the Yamaha keyboard, that's all self-contained. This one had to have 2 parts.
All the GR family is 2 parts. The guitar you hang on your neck, and then the brain that connects to the guitar.
Yeah.
Right. In this iteration, although they went to a kind of generic, very similar to the GK technology, shape and size of pickup, they did 2 different pickups: a 4 sections pickup for the bass and a 6 sections pickup, hexaphonic divided for the guitar, which is the G707. So you would have, if you buy the 707, the 6-string guitar, you had to buy the GR77 or the 700.
Did the bass have the issue with that low frequency and the tracking?
I've never managed to test drive any of them.
Okay.
The closest I've come is to hold a 707 guitar. That's the closest I've gone. I've never seen.
How did it feel? Was it light?
Not especially. Lighter than a Les Paul.
Okay.
A little heavier than a Stratocaster.
Okay.
somewhere in between, because of the extra hardware and the huge connector. Because although I believe this is the generation who established the 13-pin standard,
Yeah.
they were is this generation is still precedes the 13-pin DIN, so they were still using some kind of CTAC
Oh, it's a different
humongous
connector.
connector. What?
Oh, okay. It's a different kind of connector.
It's a different size of connector. I'm trying
Oh,
to,
okay.
if I could find,
Interesting.
try to type Roland G707 on your side, and I'm trying to see if I can, because the connector itself is scary, and obviously you needed the special cable that nobody but Roland would supply to you.
Well, of course. That's how they stay.
I don't know how to share this.
That's how they get their money, right? So.
Obviously, how can it? Edit image magnify create.
Oh, wow.
Can you see that?
It's even funnier from this angle than I. Check this
Let me
out.
see. What have you found?
This is an angle I haven't seen of it, so it looks even funnier at this angle. Share screen.
Oh, it's sharing screen. Okay. And this is not, this resolution is
A lot of
not,
controls too.
because you have to keep the controls of the magnetic pickups for the guitar players, and then add the controls of the MIDI pickup.
Yeah.
So same as you're gonna do with your guitar.
Oh,
you're
there's a
gonna
big
have,
old connector down there, right?
and that
Almost
is
like a Centronics or something.
exactly. It's very similar to a Centronics for a SCSI,
Yeah.
but bigger and an industrial type of Centronic, right? So
ABS stabilizer bar. There you go. It's because it's a thin neck, right? Because it really is the thin neck.
no, it's not.
not?
That's the
not?
joke. No, it's not. It's a boat plank. It's like a Les Paul neck, a thick Les Paul neck. It's totally aesthetic. It gives no physical function. It has no physical stability function.
This is the guy here. This is the comedian I saw
Okay.
playing it. He's a silver when he went on stage and would play
The picture on top of that guy is from a British program. I think it was called something like Rock School.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the girl from Rock School with the red hair.
So that was, I think that article explains everything. So they have the 700 module, the 707 6-string guitar, the 77 4-string bass,
Half scale rack.
and the 77B floor brain.
Oh, so it was a Fuji Gen, kind of like the Casio one, right?
Ibanez,
Fuji
the
Gen.
Ibanez guitars, if you want to call them that way,
Yeah.
in a way of speaking. It's not Ibanez brand, but it's from the same factory as the original Ibanez became.
Look at this. The ABS stabilizer really works to tame the inconsistencies of a guitar neck.
Wait, okay.
They're really selling it.
Wait, okay. I might be wrong. I don't know 100%, because
These ads.
in order to make the guitar even cheaper, so they could put all the electronics and still make a profit.
Jimmy Page. How much you got paid for this?
I would call it Photoshop if I could, if that was the right year. So, and if that photo is real, that's why he's laughing his ass off.
Well, he's got a big cigarette, but it looks probably more like a joint, right? So
Exactly. So, there is a chance that in order to make the guitar cheaper, they order Fujiken to build the necks without a truss rod. Hence the need of the upper bar.
oh, it's Elliot Easton, right? Isn't that Elliot Easton playing one
I don't know.
from the Cars?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's Elliot Easton playing one. I didn't know he
But
played one.
by that picture alone, I think what I'm talking is bullshit, because I think I can see the head of the truss rod.
I love the long, thin.
Yeah, but funny enough, although Look at this. This is a left-handed version, okay?
Yeah.
But it's the right-handed neck. It's a left-handed bar, stabilized ABS bar, but it's a right-handed neck. So change the picture, go to the right-handed version of the guitar, and you see the tuning pegs are in the other side. Oh,
yeah.
no, I'm wrong. Great, I'm wrong. They twisted everything. Huh. But once again, that looks to be the head of the truss rod.
It's got a serious ash there. He had to sit there for a while, take the picture of this long ash on his. Hurry up, take this picture. I can get this thing out of my fucking hands.
I call it. No, it was so they did. No, sorry, I was wrong. They did a fully left-hand model. It's either that or another very typical failure of the time. The guy who did the composition for the magazine inverted the picture. That if there's any printing on the guitar, is the only tell if the printed is readable or reversed.
Yeah.
Because
Crazy.
although in Japan there's a big bunch of left-handed people, I've been told, I don't suppose they had enough budget to create a left-handed version as in factory. That should have been a custom job, specific for whoever ordered it.
He says there's a better picture of the socket. Let's see here. You already closed the page. Hold on, let me see here. Damn this thing. Let's just pick it out separately here. Open a new window. Got too many tabs open there. Oh yeah, there's a picture of the circuit board inside. Let me find one of the socket here. There's the actual circuit diagram.
Because I believe that guitar, it's, if not a chunk ahead, right on the verge of SMT technology. So
Yeah,
most of the circuit board on that guitar should have been through hole, hence the size.
Here's the shot showing the
Oh, sorry,
pins.
my bad. Here, yeah, that's a baby. So that's the MIDI. That's the 13 connections, 13 pins, whatever you want to call that type. Just for reference, what you have on the left is the 1/4-inch standard magnetic pickup guitar connector.
Right. Okay.
So funny that, huh?
There's a better shot of the controls there.
3 knobs. I would like to be able to know what those 3 knobs are meant to do, because the big ones, the silvery ones, I understand is volume and probably tone and tone, master volume, master tone, and balance in between pickups. So instead of putting a switch to choose pickups, they would give you a balance like in
a little mode switch there.
So mode switching should be synth both in guitar, like it comes in the GK. I assume, I'm just pulling out of my ass. LFO modulation. Okay, that's interesting.
Here's the circuit board.
Look, can you scroll sideways the same picture? We might be able to read the other knobs.
Oh, you want to see the other knobs?
I mean, I already found something that is amazing. That's the LFO modulation. Edit. What the fuck? And cutoff for the filter.
There you go.
No volume for the synth. Unless the balance is guitar synth balance.
Master volume there. Oh, you mean
So
separate volume?
yeah, you have a master
Yeah,
volume,
balance is your control.
and the balance instead of pickups is MIDI, so synth to guitar. But then you need a switch for the pickup. Oh, I think it's in the shoulder. The pickup switch is not down there. It's, yep, like a Les Paul, same position. That's the pickup switcher for the magnetic pickups. That's how you choose neck or neck, bridge,
Isn't
or
that
both.
where Rage Against the Machine Guy puts his kill switch? Isn't it up there?
I don't. Rinse Against the Machine, the original guitar, the one with the one he made the money and the fame with, I don't think it had a kill switch.
It
He
said on
did
the
the
thing Roland humbuckers. Roland actually made pickups.
no, but Fujigen did.
Oh, okay, right. There's the back. It looks kind of like
And Fujigen was an OEM. It would put whatever brand the customer wanted.
yeah. Ooh, here's a
The tremolo looks like a rip-off of a color system. It's definitely not a Floyd.
black finish. That was a better shot of the pins.
Yep. That is crazy. So think about losing that cable or breaking it in the middle of the gig.
Yeah.
So that's 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14. No, this is way beyond 13 pins.
Well, it's clearly made for something else, and they just used so many pins out of it. So
Oh, they just bought the connectors. They didn't make them
yeah,
themselves.
exactly.
So they got whatever was available.
And they have this little center pin for support. So
For hardware, yeah. Because, as I said, the connector is one of those that it clamps into the male clamps into the female. If we could find a picture of the cable, that would be the last.
here's the board here.
See, I don't see any SMT there. The chips, but they also look through hole.
Yeah. You got little jumpers there. Crazy.
Well, it was what it was. That was the tech available. Any picture of the cable?
The white color.
Yeah, probably the white was the most. Silver or white should have been the most popular back then. Because the black looked a little too much like a toy.
We design the future.
Yeah, of course you do.
With this.
So that was the brain for the guitar. And it was MIDI, so we're talking past 85.
First MIDI compatible guitar synthesizer.
I mean, sorry.
Oh, they even use a PG200 with it. That's funny.
That didn't work like I wanted to. So, what were you
The
saying?
most unusual but most efficient guitar controller ever produced. It's a clunky language.
I mean, don't get me wrong. This is one of the few that you see more often, probably because it's the most shocking design they ever did.
It's very I mean, in the way like the Syntax is also kind of shocking looking. It's just a bizarre shape.
But
There's your mode switches here.
and
Oh, touch plates.
huh?
It has touch plates for vibrato effects.
Where?
No, it says here E touch plates A and B.
2 of them. Where's E? Okay, I'm gonna try to multiply.
That's weird.
Here is by the pickup.
String select function, string touch pads.
What?
That's strange.
Okay, that needs.
Right? You ever heard of that?
What? What? No.
Yeah. LFO modulation knob. With one hand, touch either the strings or any other metal part of the so it's just any of the strings. You can control your LFO with that knob setting, and then touch the. Got like a capacitive touch thingy going on.
So you need to make a short with your hand to activate a flip-flop chip to turn on or off. What? Probably that's the extra pins that the connector has.
Yeah.
To tell the brain, oh, turn on the LFO, turn off the LFO.
Pretty crazy.
Insane. I mean, I wasn't there, but I don't think these guitars lasted more than 5 years on the market.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I ever saw one was that guy on the, like I said, on the Tonight Show. That's in that picture there. Where he's using it to control his act. He's playing wacky sound effects, a little bit of music. They had a whole show just controlled while he's doing stand-up, holding his guitar. So it's kind of clever to see that. I'm like, wow, you do that with your guitar? That's nuts.
Okay, well, Gus says that was a 24-pin guitar synthesizer cable. And it's on the same site, but you need to go to the page for the GR300. So it's using the same cable as the GR300. No wonder. Ibanez seemed to have a system using similar cables, one U rack unit, Ibanez MC1. Huh. Wow. But as I said, I think the only thing left from this design was the pickup itself, the hexaphonic pickup itself. That's what became the GK1,
Yeah.
I assume. Sorry, did you change? No, you didn't. Yeah, we'll have to do another show on history and when we find out more about them.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
But I think it's plenty enough for today. So, shall we wrap it?
Yeah, I don't have any special outro thing. I don't think it's for you to play, so
It's okay.
you skip it for today.
Silence is good for one.
Silence is golden. Yeah.
So, for all the ones who came and went, thank you very much for coming tonight. We'll be back on air on...
It's a threat and a promise.
It's both. On April 4th. Oh, that's not any special date, is it? No, 4th of April.
So.
No.
Yeah. And maybe somewhere.
It's May the 4th or 4th of July.
Well, April 1st is close by too. April Fool's.
How is that? Yeah, cool.
Podcast.
We won't do, well, never say never, but we won't do an April Fool. So, next Friday, the 4th of April, we'll be back and we'll do the show I had thought to do today before somebody Prodigal Son came back.
Oh, more like the goofball with some free time today. So,
no, Prodigal Son, I missed you so dearly. Whenever you're not, I'm half the man
I missed the last one, the one before, right? I missed one or two of them. So
it seemed like more. So remember, tomorrow morning, I assume Synchrotron is going to do his usual jam. Everybody should be by now still with Sounds of Reality, if they're not over already. Sorry to step on their toes, but our
No,
show started
they usually
before.
end because they're on East Coast time, so they usually end um, like what is it now? 7 o'clock. So for them, it's like 10 o'clock right now.
Mhm.
And so they would have ended usually before dinner time, I think. So
Okay,
they don't go that
but
long.
still, the we it's only once a month, so I think you could forgive us
Well,
for
like
clashing.
Kent did a couple pubs recently, and they went into that. So I mean,
Sure.
there's no rules that said you can't run your thing at a certain time. It's
Yeah,
just
but it's
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 like it's like
it's
the
still polite.
it's yeah, but who was here first?
I think we start. Well, I we started before I was aware of their show. That's
Exactly.
for sure. So
So don't feel bad about it.
blame me if you wish.
It's
And
different
obviously,
content. Everyone's got different stuff to do, and either you participate or you don't. It's fine.
cool.
I mean,
And
at the most we only had like 7 people in here today, so it wasn't we're hardly stealing anybody. So,
we don't steal, we borrow. Um,
exactly.
so I assume Rance is gonna be on tomorrow. Is that
Yeah, I hadn't
true?
heard otherwise. I mean, he took off last weekend for the
Mm-hmm.
little trip, so we get to hear the story of
Mm-hmm.
his adventures in camping, whatever that will be. Last time it was very adventurous.
In the land where
So
everything that moves wants to kill you.
basically, yeah,
And well, Henrik is in hospital, so our my best wishes are
yeah,
for
exactly,
you,
yeah.
and
He'll be
best luck
fine.
with your
He's
surgery.
a tough guy. He'll make it through just fine.
But still, a little bit of good luck
Yeah,
never hurt
definitely. Yeah,
anybody.
never hurt to have well wishes.
And I assume on Sunday is either get Jerby's and or
There's several things. Yeah, I'm usually too busy. I don't get a chance to watch anyone on Sunday.
we're getting to that point, don't we? Uh, who's the guy who used to do the evenings on Sunday? Geosynths?
You're talking about Jamie? Yeah, Jamie. He took a break. Now he's back. I haven't had
Mm-hmm.
a chance to watch him for a while, but he is back doing some stuff. So
they since how was it? Symptoms of Reality ended uh, 2 hours and a half ago,
yeah,
according to
they have to
Work.
because it's so late for them.
Rancy tomorrow, Geosynths, and get Jervis on Sunday. Sister for Reality every day, so a little bit won't hurt you. Synthetic, my deepest love, my best wishes for your
Well, thanks. Yeah,
job
it's
endeavors.
good to come
Please
back.
keep feeding us all your wonderful tools and videos everywhere you go. It's extremely appreciated.
It's fun. I'm also killing time sometimes, so I figured like, hey, I may as well share stuff with them because I'm bored. So I want to do something that's fun for me, and I mean, it's fun. The guy Matrix Synth who runs the website. Um,
Mm-hmm.
he and his wife watch the streams on the couch just for fun.
Mm-hmm.
They just sit around and watch this like armchair travels. So he sent me a nice
Yeah,
note a while back
is
about it.
another
So it's
way
really nice.
to get out without getting out, and all.
Yeah, and Kent watches them because he can't go anywhere. So um,
And let's please keep in touch
yeah,
and let me know for the next one.
but
Okay,
definitely check out the vintage computer thing. You want to see more old computer stuff
I
if
will
you're interested.
for
Yeah,
sure,
it's
guys. Please hold on, guys. Thank you very much for coming back. We'll be back next month with a little more of this crazy concept of synthtarism and guitars that don't sound like guitars. Ooh, yeah, that one is coming. As I said, if you have a suggestion, let us know if you rather have an isolated, edited, very succinct video of the installation, or would you rather us to go through the motions on the show?
I mean, technically, there's nothing to stop me from doing a dry run and just installing it and undoing it. So I may do that first because I'm.
The only thing is that if you want to use the sticky things,
Oh, that's
they're
true.
not. They don't welcome to be reused.
Do everything but the sticky thing. Then we'll see.
Sure.
I'll probably end up using, like I said, Velcro instead. I don't know. We'll see.
Life is more fun. I know, but it has its limits.
Yes.
We'll think about it.
And if things
Thank you
take
very
too long,
much.
sometimes you're like, oh man, what's take? Why? Hurry up and get through.
No, but that's
Yeah.
the good side on the life. While you are doing, I am explaining and
True. True.
advising.
But
So
procedural stuff can go on a little
not
too long at times. So
it it should not happen too much dead air. I'll do my best.
We hope.
I'll came caffeinated for that. So thank you very much, guys. See you soon. Take care
And
and
I'm
have
gonna try
fun.
and get that Synth X guy on at one point. I keep bugging him, so one
Yes,
day I'll
please
get him to
do.
come on, do a performance, talk about it. He has a very good video of the tour of breakdown, of his opening it up and stuff. So we can put the link in there for that as well. But I'm definitely he does his own YouTube channel and he does training. So I mean he's not
Hmm.
shy of the camera,
Cool.
but I think he's just too busy lately. So I'm trying to grab him. So keep your eyes peeled for that. So
Will do. Thank you very much for trying.
yep, bye everybody.
Bye bye.